Good morning. How's it going, everybody? Happy Sunday to each and every one of you. Hope you're having a great weekend. I've been doing all right, other than being very confused by the weather. It's snowing again. It was plus 12 2 days ago. It was minus 40 2 weeks ago. Alberta, you need to chill. Like, not literally in the, like, be colder winter sense, but just make up your mind. Is it winter? Is it spring? Are you trying to kill me? I just need open communication from you. What's this? What is that? Oh. So, a while ago, we were streaming a really cool game called Against the Storm, which actually was a game of the year for a lot of the people. It's a roguelike city builder. And we streamed it, I think, twice, like not just 2 streams, but we did a couple of different playthroughs at various points in its development. We never played at the V0, but the developers have been in touch, which is kind of cool. And they sent out a little care package as a thank you to me for streaming it. I've already opened it, so we don't get to do an unboxing because I was curious. But I wanted to show you some stuff. Oh my God. I've got this card. Ooh, very good card, but there's text on the back. Greetings, Viceroy. By order of the Queen, we hereby present you with your very own beaver plushie. He will guide you well and lead you to discover the mysteries of our world as you reforge the ancient seals. May the storm be gentle on you against the storm. And then it arrived in this very cute bag. Look at this. This tote bag is so cute. Designed by creators, fueled by fans, Make Ship. I'm not familiar with the Make Ship brand. I don't know if other people do. All right, so real quick, just so y'all remember what the beavers look like before I show you the plushie. That's one right there, right? They kind of look like angry old men. So peep this. Ba-ba. Look at how cute this thing is. And it's even got like a little beaver tail. So the hood comes down. We need to use this hand. Right? Oh, it's mega cute. It's mega cute. Sorry, I'm just like poking its little mustache. So yeah, just a little guy. Thank you so much to the devs for sending that out. I was very much looking forward to that. They look like little fantasy dwarves. They really do. They really, really do. Hey, let's play a game we haven't played in a very long time. Let's switch gears and talk about Cities Skylines 2, the PC edition. Now, should play well on this PC. Thanks. This game launched a little rocky. Oh, nope. Don't look. I just have to skip all of this login information. Fresh install here. Come on, Game Pass. We saw nothing. Anyways, ever since its release, the developers have been working very, very, very hard to release a number of stability patches, performance patches, bug logic patches, all kinds of stuff. Do I still need 24090s to run it smoothly? Let's find out, Chainly Attack. That's the other thing I'm very curious about. So I've been watching a bunch of videos on cities recently. Specifically, I've been watching a ton of City Planner Plays. Big fan of his style of video. And every time I fly, I don't know if other people's brains work this way. Every time I fly, I look out a window and I look at a road network and I'm like, ooh, I could be playing a city builder. You know? Like, ooh, that's a good roundabout. How would I build this? I did like the radio. Let's turn it down a little. There we go. And it looks like it's defaulted to high. And I think we're going to let it run and just see what happens, you know? Let's turn off day-night just to make the game a little bit more... I did the same thing for the old one, just to make it visually more consistent. Hey, Yandolf, thank you very much for the sub. Thank you so much for 53 months, friend. All right. So the last time we played, I believe we played on the Twin Mountain map. That sounds right to me. There's a big river down the center. Does that sound right to all y'all? Or do you think maybe it was the Waterway Pass? Yeah, it was that map? Okay. Morning, Tygon. This is the hardest part of the entire game. We have this map here, which is called Coral Riches. And an important thing that we missed before was one of the maps that we went on to had no rail connections. And this one does. So that's exciting. So I like a big open map with lots of flat area, which is what this looks like, you know? I'm also not quite sure what this water source is, but that's fine. So let's select it. And, oh, I'm going to turn natural disasters off. They are way too common between the forest fires and the tornadoes that are basically everywhere. Oh, not a fan. And let's go with a North American theme this time. Now we need a very important name. The beavers got magically transformed into people. Somebody, when I was going live, described this game as being the prelude to Timberborn. I thought that was very funny. Helmsley. The Kingston Mines. I don't know if there's enough mines to warrant that. So what do we know about this? It's a big, flat city. It's got a large river junction. What if we called it... Oh, did it have a big delta? Sorry, I'm going to go back a step here. I want to look at the map again. Wait, is it completely flat? I imagine there's some topography. There has to be. If there's a river, there's some topography. A vast coastline expanse filled to the brim with natural resources. The center is dominated by a large lake, accompanied by sizable islands suitable for building. Multiple outside connections provide additional opportunities for resource production and transportation of goods. That's not a delta. I kind of wanted to call it Delta. I want a good name. I don't want a meme name, you know? It does look like it has a heart in the middle. How about Heart Lake City? That seems both like a little bit cute, but maybe also something that a real town would be called. I mean, look, if there's a Salt Lake City in America, I like that. What do you think? Devs heard people didn't want to have to terraform as much. It's true. And that was one of my complaints I had when I first played the game too, especially because of how how awkward the game is when it places large structures. But then again, watching City Planner plays, I've come to appreciate something he says a lot, which is we need to respect the topography. I love that line. Respect the topography. So that's fine. All right, we're going to go with Heart Lake City here. The river is more of a coastal inlet. It basically has none flow. Oh, does that mean you can't make a dam on it? Oh, you know what? If we get into this map and it's too boring, we can always try again. Well, let's see. Let's see. Let's have some fun, shall we? Thank you for tea, my love. Welcome. Before you start, look at how... No. Oh, geez. When they said tutorial, they weren't kidding. Uh-oh. Great job. Okay, I need to turn this off. All right. So let's ask ourselves some questions. How's the performance looking here? You know what? Something I might still do. Just in case. Is that smoother? Is that buttery smooth, or has that changed nothing? Whoop-oo, whoop-oo. All right, and then here's a comparison. Whoop-oo. This is using the mouse wheel, so there's a little pause. Any noticeable difference there? So this is an interesting indication of how the optimization has worked. There's two things you can do as a streamer. One is screen capture, and the other is game capture. And so we started with screen capture, went to game capture, and now we're back to screen capture. Nothing's changed. That's good to know. All right, so let's start taking a look at a couple things. Wow, that is a flat map. You weren't kidding. That is a flat map. All right, so here's our power line connection. Can we look at the wind? So with air pollution, all right. So this is really interesting. Our wind is coming from, it's not coming from the sea. It's actually coming from the opposite direction. So one of the things that we need to think about is when we start to make industry, which way the wind blows. So normally my tendency on a map like this would be to put housing and stuff on the coastline, right? Because that's really quite pretty, and then put industry back here. But the wind direction is telling us that we need to rethink that a little bit. And it could be that we try and concentrate a lot of our industry over here, and then just sort of build the city off in this direction. All right, now. Oh my goodness. Wow, you weren't kidding. This water doesn't really move. So that does make sense a little bit, specifically because for rivers to function in this game, there does need to be a bit of a height difference. So normally what happens is this side of the map would be something like 10 or 20 meters lower than this side of the map, so that the water could flow down and out. But yeah, this is all ocean. So that's going to pose an interesting challenge to us, specifically because, well, we don't want like polluted, smelly water everywhere. Specifically, we need to be very careful that the water that we input is not the same poopy water that we output, you know? What a unique challenge. The map being flat actually makes that more difficult. So something we could think about here then, instead of a water pumping station, would be to get our water from a water tower. Delivers fresh water into the city via water pipes, costly to maintain when compared to its output capacity, but can be placed anywhere. And so that has a water output of 30,000. Ooh, this is 100,000. It's 1/3 of the upkeep and it's half of the cost. Interesting. Oh, here's the groundwater pumping station. Extracts water from underground deposits and delivers it to the city via water pipes. Can be upgraded with an extra pump. Oh, that's not as bad. So it is 75,000 output. That's a little bit better. I'd only double the upkeep. The groundwater station is good, but the deposit will move over time. Well, I think one of the things that we'll try and prioritize is to, I can't even click on it, is a water treatment processing plant. But that's fine for now. We can't actually look at where any resources are right now. Oh, interesting. So there's the, what is this? Is this an old train yard? That's kind of fun. Yeah, any neat little quirks on this map anywhere? There's an old castle here. Yeah, very, very traditional North American, just to find an old castle in the woods. Yep. All right, here's the borders of the map. Okay, let's give this a try. Let's give this a try, shall we? So where is the groundwater? So we have groundwater over here, and we also have groundwater over here. So those are the two places that we're going to have to build our water input. We can get power from here, which is fine. And I believe you have the ability to make a basic transformer station. Yeah, right off the bat. So we're not going to make power. We're just going to import power. Much like the traditional European football stadium, we have the traditional American castle. Yep. You got it. I dislike that there's no small water treatment works at the start or the ability to export sewage by truck. City Planner Plays made a custom map. And one of the things that he did on his map, which he said was something that you could do at a real city, is he had connections for water as well as power off the start, which I thought was kind of cool. So yeah, he could import water and sewage right off the bat. Well, that's cute. All right, I'm going to try some new stuff. I'm going to try some new stuff here that I've never done before. So let's start thinking about... Man, even before you play the game, you have to start designing the whole city in your head. I don't necessarily need paint to start drawing. So I need to think of some rough ideas of what direction do we want the city to grow in, right? We've got all of this room. And the question is, do we want to grow towards the coast? Or do we want to grow upriver towards the trains? Just switch to a creative service? It's funny because like the first thing you want to do probably is to start building some roads. But I think that's too early. We need to start asking ourselves all sorts of questions, right? Like as soon as you start placing down your first roads, you need to start thinking, well, where do you go from there, right? Do we want our city to start near the water, right? Right near Heart Lake. Do we want our city to grow along the highway for now and then branch off it later? Which is a little bit tricky because we know eventually we're going to want to upgrade this, but maybe that's fine. Maybe we could come in with some Eminent Domain. So the way I see it, there's sort of 3 starts, right? Start number 1 is we do a 90-degree turn off of the road here, right? We go boop. And then we start to build some commercial off the side. We start to build residential over here, and we start to build industrial over here. Extremely straightforward. Start number 2 is we extend the road straight. We build commercial right off it on both sides. And then we probably build some residential up here, you know, just some riverfront houses, which is probably where people would want to start, right? They'd probably want to start near the water, because that's traditionally where cities came from. And then on this side of the road, start building some industry. Option number 3 is we just have the road go through and we build everything sort of on this side, kind of adjacent to the river, pardon me, adjacent to the highway. And then we still have industry over on this side. Fan of option 2, you just like building right along the road as we go. It's probably the most straightforward one, you know? I think it kind of makes sense. You know those little towns when you're doing long highway drives that kind of spring up right along the highway? Hey, what's up, Happy Pants? Thank you for using your Prime here. I appreciate the 34 months. Yeah, and we can still have some crossroads off it. Now, some of the things that I've learned from watching the CPP videos is road hierarchy. Highway into, I don't know all the terminology. Maybe some of you could help me. It's like highway, arterial, connector, and then local roads. And really trying to respect that. Hey, Frostbite, thank you so much for the Prime. I made it too. Those are the correct terms. Oh, I nailed it. So if this is our highway, we don't want to have too many local roads off it, but you know what? Maybe we just let this grow organically. Maybe we just let this tell its own story and it's okay. I mean, it's not as if this highway is connecting through to anything, right? This is kind of just a cul-de-sac. All right, I'm going to stop overthinking things so much. So, first thing we need is, this is a 4-lane road, which I believe is a medium road. There you go, 600 meters of road. All right, let's start thinking about our essential services now, right? We need a groundwater pumping station. And I imagine the one that makes the most sense is going to be one right about here. How do you... yes, you rotate with the right mouse button. So it wants a road on sort of this side.
What future does music have if it doesn't look to its past? Well, I say the question speaks for itself. Here on Second Moon, we know you can't move forward unless you keep both eyes steadily trained on what's behind you.
Great. You know, let's not worry about that right now. Let's just start building this right off the bat. Now, let's try using the grid tool here. So, I remember I really like the number 240. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No. Let's go a little bit further than that. How about 280? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 280 by 88, and then I should be able to do that again. Is that not how that works? Can somebody explain to me how this works? Yes. Yes. Why is that wider? Those do not look even. Those do not look even. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why did that grid not work? It's a little disappointing. Hey, good morning, doodly-doo. It was 88 meters. 1, 2, 3. Let's see if I go down here. What does that do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nice. Okay, we're going to make ourselves a little manual grid here. And we're going to do another one here. 88 and down. $88 and down. 88 and down. 88 and down. Now, one of our first roads here, we're going to want to have extend down this way. What did we do before? It was like 208 meters. 200 meters. Okay, great. So let's go down 200 meters. And we're just going to do a little side road off there. Just respect the grid, right? Nope. Hey, by the way, let me know how all the volume is balancing, right? Highway, major arterial, minor arterial, collector into local. Had to look it up since it hasn't been relevant to me since transport engineering class 5 years ago. Thank you, Smith. I've only ever seen 4, but you're probably right. Hey, what's up, Don Chromatic? Glad you had a good time at Beer Fest last night. So we're going to want our industrial area over here. Now, we need 2 things. 1, we need to get this water in, right? So let's go ahead and get this here. And I kind of want some things to be at some fun angles, right? So we're going to have a bunch of a grid, but then we're also going to, I don't want to say disrespect the grid every now and then, but we're going to disrespect the grid every now and then. And we've got an alley. And what I want to do is I just want to try something like this. And then maybe we upgrade that later on, but I think that's kind of neat, right? And then the next thing that we want to do is we want to have our transformer station. And you know what? I think it can also be out here, right? So we'll put it right about here. And then we want to run our major power lines in and connect them to there. So now we've got power, which we're importing from outside of town. We've got our groundwater pumping station. Oh, right. The next thing we want to do is we need sewage output. And you know what? Right over here. As close to the edge of town as we can get away with. There. So that should solve all of our issues. Let's just go ahead and turn the music down just a little bit. If it's just the music, that's a problem. If everything else sounds good, let's leave it. All right. So next thing I want to do is I actually want to build on both sides of the highway here. So let's repeat this grid. All right, and so the first thing we want to do, and this is where things are going to get a little bit different from the last couple times that I've played the game. is I want to try something like this. One small suggestion will help with noise pollution. What's up? And what I want to do is I want the houses to grow attached to this side. And then what we can do is we can take a little alley road and we can do this. Actually, if I do 4 and 4, like this, then I can even add a little alley road in the back for these houses too. Oh, that's what you mean by noise pollution. Oh, no. I'm happy with how I'm building the houses. I thought you meant specifically for my music problem. If you put a space between buildings, it should help reduce the complaints a little. You mean housing and stuff like that? I mean, I've never really worried too much about noise pollution. So yeah. All right, lots of demand still. So let's start filling in some more houses here. What's that, sweetie? Joe's wondering why I haven't left any room for landscaping. We'll get there. We'll get there. I don't know. I think that's kind of a cute footprint so far. I mean, something that we could do is we could build a lot slightly smaller to allow for more green space, but I believe a lot of these houses have yards already. Wait, did you snap? Are you building facing this road instead of this road? Is that what that indicates? So if I delete these roads, oh my God. All right, please hold. I'm learning something new here as we build. All right, this is fine. It's a learning process. So that means I have to go through here and do this again. All right. Excuse me? What was that? Oh, did you? You know what? It's fine. Oh my God. What in the world? Okay, Operation Back Alley is going to take a little bit of effort. But we'll get there. The power keeps going out. This is ridiculous. No. Hey, good morning, Catgeist. Do lots even have rear access once they're built? If they don't, is the only thing a laneway will add is more noise? So I believe the mixed use buildings care about this later on. All right, let's keep going with the houses here because there's lots of housing demand.
How delightful. Another letter from our erstwhile listeners. What's up, honey? Me and my sister love you. Oh, that's nice. Y'all got clarinets and violins, but you got something most music these days ain't. Let me guess. Lineage traced back to the great Haydn himself?
Oh, a gas station.
Let's see here. Y'all got soul.
Ooh.
Oh, yes.
You got soul.
A
Big
raison
feet.
d'être? Delicious. My sisters say whoever you got playing the keys got more funk in his pinky. But I told her that ain't funk. That's classical. Yes, indeed. That must be most exacerbating. Classical music has been known since the time of the early explorers.
I'd like these buildings to face onto the main street.
And you'll find none of that
So I'm just going to keep deleting them until I do that.
is for the lay person.
I'm going to play
Now,
whack-a-mole
let's hear
here.
another one of those soulful cants.
The leader of the City Services Division is with us in the studio today to talk about why they're contracting with outside agencies to provide vital services for our residents. Isn't that going
Apparently I just killed all of the demand.
Frankly, yes, it is an additional expense, but the residents have come to expect a certain level of services, and we simply do not have the capacity to provide them within the city.
Sounds like we're the ones who will end up paying for it. Should we be worried?
I expect the residents would be more distressed if key services became unavailable. Their quality
Please.
of life is very important to
Face onto Main Street.
Money. We'll be back after this.
I don't ask for much. I don't even know what the thumbs down means. Whatever. All right. So now what we want to do is let's get some roads here that sort of respect the river here, right? I was so close. I almost looked like I was doing for half a second there. So we were going these 200-meter blocks, right? So if this one goes to 200 meters, wait, none of them are 200 meters yet. 220, huh? So So now we should be able to find a 200-meter road. I mean, I think that's kind of cute. There's a slope near the river? I imagine there is. That's fun. Okay. Oh, I have no residential demand. That's exciting. You know what? Common groceries. You can stay. I give up. So I need a little industrial area now. I need a little industrial area. What do I want to do about this? This is where I kind of want to, I don't know if I want to keep respecting the grid or if I want to think about new road stuff. So it looks like this is going to end up being a pretty major road up and down. Check the winds. It's the first thing we did. Pollution blows from here towards the sea. So that's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about like, how do I make it look cute? And if I already start ignoring the grid, you know, that's what's interesting to me. I'm just going to continue to ignore industry for now. Could be a very European attitude towards city design, but I don't think grid ever looks cute. Yep. That is very European. Around NA, we love the grid. Good grid around these parts. Big fan of the grid. Speaking of which, can I make this look cute? Ooh, you know what? I think I actually really like that. I think that's an intersection that's got some character. We can turn that into a park. See, I want to try and put more weird imperfections like that in the city. We'll see. Make it all one way like a weird traffic circle? Nah, it's fine. They'll figure it out. All right. Literally the only thing my city wants is industry. That's it. Now, this did look like it could have been previously a nice area for forestry, but we have lots of room for like fields and stuff out here later on. Man, this music goes from being so quiet to so loud sometimes. I kind of want to remember where the edges of this are. Let's actually go inside of this line here. Industry, huh? I'm not ready for industry. Thinking. Trying to think. If I make a little industrial park here, right? So let's say we want to respect the road stuff again. So let's say this is so challenging. Let's say we know we want this to be a big road in the future. I'm just trying to have some forethought. Oh my God. Milestone 1 unlocked. We are now a tiny village. Welcome, tiny village. Build east and risk air pollution? Nah. Again, it's not that I know I want industry to go here. I just don't know how I want it to look. So normally I end up making these like big blocks and then my traffic pollution ends up becoming like a nightmare. You know what I mean? So, or my traffic pollution. My traffic becomes a total nightmare because I don't have a good way of thinking about it. So I'm trying to like... I'm trying to think of ways that I can set up road hierarchy in advance before I even have the tools. So again, let's imagine that we come here. This ends up becoming a major arterial, this crossroad, right? So it comes down and then currently it's a bit of a cul-de-sac. I mean, we don't need a 4-lane road yet, right? Because, oh man, but if I do make this a major arterial, then it kind of wrecks the whole vibe of this road. Ugh. I've already gotten everything wrong. Actually, I haven't if I build the road to the left here. Because you don't have to necessarily upgrade a road right in the middle. You can upgrade a road and turn off snappage. Right? So you can do something like that. And then that way, none of these roads get damaged. So that's exciting. So that can go down that way. Maybe I just build this for now, and then I don't worry about it. You know? Do what I'm thinking an hour later? Nah, I'll figure it out. If I do it later, that's okay. Settle down. I am the boss. I've got the eminent domain. We either is or you won't. Look at this demand for medium density. Wow. What if we don't give them... All right, let's just keep putting off industry. So one of the things that I want to do is I want to see if I can't fix this zoning. So let's see if I can't learn some tricks here. That really bothers me. Why can't those line up?
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement. Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage. Consider installing a low-flush toilet, cut back on watering the lawn, and shower with a friend whenever possible.
Oh,
This has been a local
oh.
public service announcement.
Has anyone seen my keys? My keys. What? We're in the air? Oh, sorry about that. It's nothing important. I just lost my keys. I'm sure they'll turn up. They're for the brown sedan parked outside the radio station. Oh, wait. I probably shouldn't have said that.
I mean, it's close.
Don't steal my car. I mean, the old hornbuckle mobile, please. Oh, good. Here they are. Well, never mind then.
You know what?
For listening to Second Moon.
The leader of the City Services Division is with us in the studio today to talk
Good enough.
about
Good enough, right?
to provide vital services for our residents. Isn't that going to be costly, Mr. Councilman?
Oh, well, quite frankly, yes. It is an additional expense, but the residents have come to expect a certain level of services, and we simply do not have the capacity to provide them within the city.
Sounds like we're the ones who will end up paying for it. Should we be worried?
I expect the residents would be more distressed if key services became unavailable. Their quality of life is very important to them.
But so is their money. We'll be back after this.
There we go. This game. Okay, we have a massive demand for medium density, which I wasn't really expecting yet, but you know what? Why don't we give it a try right here? This is kind of why I wanted this. So we're going to put some townhouses here. What about putting those dark green residential spaces in those separated things? Well, so these are row homes. We don't really have the ability to put like small apartment buildings yet anywhere to put in some more density, but that's all right. Okay. Okay. City is incredibly hashtag noisy. Nah, you're fine. So I still need to put this industry down. You know what? Maybe for now, we'll just chill. So we want to put 9 blocks down, right? So let's go down another 2 hundo meters. Is that 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, for the industrial area, the largest footprint you can have is a 5x5. So I think we want it to be 10 big. Six by 6 is the largest, so maybe 12 big. Okay, so then we definitely want to. We definitely want to come up with a new footprint here. All right, let's just give ourselves some more little markers here to work with, right? Stuff to think about in the future. And I like the idea of this road maybe curving. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to paint an industrial park here. And I kind of want to use smaller roads. I also want to unlock parking. That's going to be the first thing we unlock this time. Tiny village, 1 point. Wait, can I not do... Oh, parkades are 2 points. Fascinating. Traffic lights, roadside decorations, roundabouts. Oofa. Do I want to unlock anything at 1? Ooh, the crematorium. Death care is kind of important. I do want to make sure I don't have to get a cemetery. Let's wait until we have our first death, and then we'll look into death care after that. I'm still... I'm still completely incapable of making this industrial area, chat. What's happening here? Why is it so hard to make an industrial park? All right. I just need to make this happen. I just need to make this happen. Okay. So we're here. Fine. Just build middle tick and let chaos reign? No. No. I really like this block shape I have, and I don't want to wreck that. So then let's do this upgrade again down to here. And then what I think I want to do, again, respecting the grid, is I think I want to do a complex curve. Down to here. There we go. The wind is blowing towards the coast. The wind is blowing from inland towards the coast. Okay, so now that that's there, that's kind of neat. So I'd like that we have that. Eventually, maybe this road curves back around. What's up there, Jen? Can't even focus on taxation. Why are you complaining? Oh, what are you complaining about? Waiting for an ambulance. Oh, well, that's exciting. Okay, so we've got none services so far. The city is growing faster than I expected. We have 139 people and you already want an ambulance? My goodness. These people. So I should probably make another main road here later on. This is already one arterial. No? Yes. Highway, major arterial. I should probably have another major arterial this way. So if that's the case, we can do another little crossroad, and that means I probably want to change that to a little bit of the blue stuff later on too. So let's go ahead and upgrade this road right now. Nope. Well, maybe that's fine. So if that's the case now, let's build our first medical building here. We're going to back it off. Can I make this not snap? I'm going to try and back it off by both ones. And we could add some like prettiness around the outside of that for a bit. How's the coffee? I don't have a coffee. Everything is terrible. Right, we also don't have any garbage management yet. Okay, so this is what we definitely need to do. We need to get this industry down. We also need to get the city landfill in as well. So then maybe for starters, all right, we've got this road down into here. We've got this first road here. So what we need to do is we need to think of sort of like how they're going to leave after, right? We don't want to make a giant cul-de-sac here. Happy Pants, thank you for the 100 biddies. I was working my job at the coffee shop. One of the customers shouted, "This coffee tastes like mud." Well, of course, sir, I replied. It's fresh ground after all. That's one of my favorite coffee jokes. Love that joke. All right. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to put our landfill in first. I think is what we're going to do. And then we're going to start designing some. We're going to start designing some stuff afterwards. So let's put it, which way, let's try and look at this. Which way does it want the roads to go? I think these are the roads. So it wants to be connected via a couple of roads here, like here. And then it also looks, all right. Does it also look like it wants road connections on the outside too? Maybe.
You're tuned in to Second Moon, the channel where the classics never grow old.
A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But
I want to
not all good news.
show guidelines.
Expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage. is
Where,
bad.
why is that not showing?
Trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
One final question, Professor. Is the
How many people work here? 10.
make me richer?
Is that Dr. Crinkle stuff? I'm not entirely certain, but you know who that definitely is. My boy Ian. So how do I make this landfill larger? There we go.
And its effect on the human
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priorities.
So there's also all these other road connectors off the side, right? It's kind of weird that they kind of lead to nothing currently. So if we have a hazardous waste collection, oh, okay, so there's more stuff that connects off the sides here. All right, so if we click on that, the garbage truck depot just upgrades it there. Okay. And we also have a waste recycling unit. That also upgrades right on top. Okay. So we've got our landfill down here. And I don't necessarily love how this road worked out, but that's fine. I still only have 178 people in my town. I thought it was a little bit early for the town houses, but that's what they wanted. Oh, okay. So we've got some more zoned. They're just not moving into it yet. I mean, we could fix that. We could do this. I'll wait for that to fill first. Okay, we're getting more demand for more commercial. Love that for us. So let's just do this. All right. Oh, what are you complaining about? Waiting for a hearth. All right. So this is an expansion off the side. This is an on-site expansion. So we want to leave some room there. We're going to need to put a hearth in here. Pardon me, a hearth. We're going to have to get some death care in here. And I don't want to do a cemetery again. So let's go ahead and let's unlock the crematorium. And so this also produces a little bit of wind pollution. So what if we do death care with a view? It would appear to be flooded if we do this. Is there any way we can put this down here? They definitely keep saying that it's flooded. So I definitely want it this way because, again, the wind pollution goes there. Ah! It begins. What up, Lady Mix? I don't want to put it way out here, because I think maybe that's a little bit wasteful. We could put it near the highway here. So I like that. I like that this is kind of like that this is all commercial currently. That makes me happy. Are these all traffic lights though? Oof. We can fix that later. We haven't unlocked traffic stuff yet. Oh, there's our first hearth. Wait. Oh! Interesting. That is actually being taken care of from out of the city. That's kind of cool. Hey, what's up, Atarka? Thank you so much for 66 months, friend. Hope you're having an amazing day. The amount of decision paralysis I'm having today is wild. I do not know what's going on, but I am struggling. How's the game shaping up? Well, I'm playing it on high graphics and I'm not having any performance issues. So that's a good start. What's up, Atarka? It's good to see you, friend. Still don't know where to put in a residential, or pardon me, an industrial area. Still don't know where to put this crematorium. Why is city building so hard? Previously, I never cared. Why are you not filling? Despite there being demand. Weird. That one spruce. Y'all need to stop mentioning coffee or I'm going to need to get a second coffee. Hey, what's up, Whirlwind Abyss? Thank you so much for 16 months. I hope you're having a great day. What if I just put this here? Okay, it snaps like that. Did I put that backwards? That's awkward. Happy Pants, thank you for 100 biddies. What did the coffee report to the police? A mugging. Oof. There we are. There we go. Okay, so this does have some expansions as well. There we go. Excellent timing. Well, that's a little morbid. But, you know, excellent timing. Coffee is lifeblood. How do we not talk about coffee? All right, touche. Do I prefer having coffee at a coffee shop or at home? It depends. When I travel, I love visiting cafes because it makes me extremely happy. Why is nothing happening here? Employees 10 out of 10. Vehicles in use 0 out of 10. There's a demand for a hearth right here. Oh. I did not want people living on the inside there like that. Excuse me. Knock, knock. Oh, interesting. They'd already called a hearth from outside of the city connections. Huh. Okay. Time to build something. Missed the start of the stream. The alleys are interesting. I ripped them off from City Planner Plays. I'm assuming that he's smarter than I am and they have some kind of a cool purpose. I don't know. I think they just look really neat, to be honest. It's a very Chicago design. That's all in preparation for me going to Chicago. Oops, in a couple of weeks. Well, we have to suddenly mulligan this entire neighborhood. Derp. Rip all of my demands. Also, because I redid those, we're getting big houses kind of connecting to the wrong street here. I'm actually gonna mulligan these really quickly. I just realized this is the layout of Hanks Hill neighborhood. I mean, Joe grew up in a neighborhood like this as well. I mean, not as grid-like, but there's a lot of residential neighborhoods that have the alley access, right? And like that's where everybody parks. That's where a lot of the services go. The big thing we're missing right now is, of course, parks and everything. Just realized I want to get rid of this as well, because I don't want the new houses to come and attach to the alleyway. Oh my god, we are now a small village with none industry. All right, it might be time for an elementary school, and I think what we might end up doing is extending this road up and making the elementary school over here.
Pending updates
Towards the
from
water
Corral,
pollution.
The city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm.
No, we
during
won't.
these breaks
We will not be
and
experiencing rolling
follow
blackouts. You're
the
lying.
city's website
That's
for
lies and slander.
temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement. Recent
All right, so what I want to start doing now is I want to just start making
city's fresh
like a little industrial park in here,
Be aware
right?
that we are struggling to get the situation in hand. This has been a local public service announcement.
How delightful. Another letter from our erstwhile listeners. What's up, honey? Me and my sister love you. Oh, that's nice. Y'all got clarinets and violins, but you got something.
So this is the new approach to
traced
to
back.
industry that I want to try here.
Let's see here. Y'all got soul. Oh, yes, soul. A raison d'etre. Delicious.
And what we want to do is we don't want any of these buildings to snap to the major roads.
Got more funk.
So what we're going to do is we're going to come through here and we're just going to remove
That ain't funk.
all of the ability to attach to these.
Yes, indeed. That must be most exacerbating. Classical music has been known since the time of the early explorers. Funk, by contrast, is an entirely
So what we're doing is we're using sidewalks to block the ability to snap to the major roads.
is for the layperson.
So we've got areas like this to work with now.
Soulful.
And then we found out earlier that we could do like 6x6 industrial things. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to put a couple of these in. And I'm just curious
Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move.
if this will look cute.
Humans are programmed to desire certain
I'd love to snap to this road now. So if I can block,
which are entirely apart from the actual
There we go.
rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
One final question.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're going to have to turn off the radio if they're going to keep playing these weird.
Metrics perhaps yes in the short term.
I like those.
They're distracting. They're my vibes. The second one was 6x7. Unacceptable. There. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And later on, we're going to try and add some offices into here too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the other thing I'm going to unlock right now, this is a very different play style than I normally play. I'm going to grab parking. And then what we want is people who drive here to be able to park, which I think makes sense. Start cleaning up all of these little side roads. And the idea is if I don't just make this industrial park one enormous just block of industry, A, I'm hoping the pollution is going to be lower. And B, I'm hoping the traffic won't be as bad. And then so we've got parking there for that. And I think I want to put another one right here. And then the last thing we're going to do, so they can't park on the streets right now because it's an alleyway, right? So we don't have to worry about that. And then we want to make the parking here free. $1, Bob. I mean, I guess I could just click on this. And the goal there is to incentivize people to drive to work. And then, again, later on, what we're going to do is we're going to come in and we're going to add some offices as well. So there's still some empty space there, and we'll just see what happens later. Also, I would love for the vast majority of my industry to be agriculture. Because just look at all this stuff, right? Speaking of which, can I see resources now? Water pollution, workplace availability, citizen wealth, land value, building level, natural resources. Okay, that'll be the next one. Sora, what's up, friend? Thank you so much for 37 months. 37 months and a D&D update. We're going to war with me ending up pulling a Rayquaza in the near future. I don't know what that word means. Not charging for parking. What is this? Communism? Yes, comrade. This is our parking. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So the goal is, this is once again facing a major road here. This is facing 2 major roads. But I want commercial to start going in this direction as well. Morning, Voodoo. So if this is also commercial, what do I do about this? Oh, right. And the goal, shoot, this medical clinic might be in the wrong location. This goal, if this upgrades, that needed to be way over more. That's fine. We can always move that later. It might be that later on we take like a whole area here and designate it something of a special zone. But yeah, I need more commercial. So let's do that. And let's do that. Because the goal is going to be a little bit of a crossroad here, you know? New city. It's true. New city, who this? Welcome to the sound of silence. Why don't you move in here? Is this area cursed? Chat. I have zoned this. I have zoned this, and yet nobody wants to move in. So I think the next thing we need to unlock is I think we need to unlock parks. But let's make the school first. Let's make the school first, and we'll make parks after. Let's try making a couple of smaller little ones here too. Already condemned. Okay. Sure. Oh, that's the problem. Okay, never mind. Do I expect my people to live on an ancient burial ground? I hope not. But maybe this is just supposed to be a park. Maybe that's what we've learned. Let's get rid of that and we'll think about that spot for some services, maybe some cute stuff. All right. So let's get building an elementary school up here next. I think that's the next important step. Pain. Pain. It's fine. Okay, good. No! The power is not going out. You're completely fine. I don't know why they keep complaining. This is unacceptable. Look at them yelling at us. Our electricity production is not meeting our demand. Yeah, that's why we're importing it. Duh. All right, I like the idea of there being a little bit more density right here. So we're going to have the medium row housing sort of backing onto these alleyways here. So I want parks, but again, we want to get this elementary school in first. So let's get the elementary school in over here. So how do I want to do this? I love the grid. I love respecting the grid. I think we're going to stop bringing stuff into it from there. So let's do this, right? We've got this. And then we also want to respect the river. So we're going to back it off by about a full circle, right? I like that we're there. I like that we're there. And then let's try and smooth this road out a little. Nice, good, cool. You know what? That's not that lumpy. I was a little bit worried that it'd be a little lumpy, but you know, it's doing great. It's doing great. And then what we want to do is we want to put the school right in here. Now, I don't actually know which way it faces. So if we snap, okay, it faces in this direction. So let's put it back a little bit. Put it about there. That looks like it lied to me, and the road actually faces on that direction. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to pick this up and we're going to have to spin it around. Thanks, game. That is not straight. How much is this costing me every time I relocate it? Like that. Let's make it even further back. There we go. So, you always give it a playground. Always give it a playground. And then later on, that upgrades in space, and that goes kind of to the side. So what is this? Elementary school. A basic place for education for children, provides the first level education, can be upgraded with an extension wing, a children's clinic, and a playground. So this is the children's clinic. And that gives plus 5% health for students. The playground gives 10% well-being and student well-being, so that's great. I don't mind the idea of placing this down as well, the children's clinic. So what I'm hoping we can do it looks like we've got just one road that we need there, huh? How do I want to do this? It's not straight. I'm going to die a little. I'm dying. I don't think I can move it now that it's been placed like that. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to reload. Pedestrian roads, I actually really dislike the pedestrian roads because they're so big. If there was a pedestrian road about the size of a sidewalk, I'd be down for it. But they're bigger than a 2-lane road. I think they're really ugly. All right, so let's actually just build the off-road that we know that we want this time. Now, here's the question. I wanted a little bit of parking for teachers. Because what school doesn't have a little parking lot for drop-off, right? Now, there's no interesting. There's actually no parking lot that can fit there. So that means this is going to be a lot larger than I wanted it to be. Looks like it needs to be 5 big. So if I do that, all right, if I line it up on this side now we give it the playground and we give it the children's care center off to the side. And then we could do some landscaping and stuff around that later to make that look a little bit cozy. So now we need to bring the grid back. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Haha! Did Cities 1 also have street names? Yep. Yeah, one of the issues with roads in cities too is sometimes if something continues, like this could accidentally become Elizabeth Street in some like very weird ways. Also, by the way, take a look at that. That little industrial park is meeting most of our demand. Now, is anybody using the parking lot? Well, they have little electrical ones. That's kind of cool. Feeling totally vindicated by putting down these parking spaces. There's 28 employees. How are they getting to work? Where are they parking? Where are their cars? This doesn't make sense. What's happening here? Oh, I can't unlock parks yet. Anyways, we got more demand for more residential here. So maybe this is where we break from the grid. Ooh, maybe this is where we make our first little... Our first little, like, organic, suburby-looking neighborhood. It's concerning when the architect builder of the city doesn't know how people are commuting. They're ghosts! The issue is not me. The issue is my city is inhabited by ghosts. Ghosts, Raggy. Dearest Joe, could today be a 2 coffee morning? Oh, she does love me. So maybe we try a little bit more griddage on this side. We'll see. Hey, good morning, Suffix. Oh my God, what a nice sub. Thank you, friend. Good morning to you. I hope you're having a great day. So let's go to there, and then we want a little bit more density near our commercial use areas. So let's put some row homes. Ooh, you know what? We could actually put our first apartment building down somewhere. That's exciting. Where should we put that? I love the density being kind of, you know what? You know what? Let's rezone right here. So I'm going to pause the game. And we're going to densify this area with our first apartment building. And it built onto the alley. Mulligan. There we go. Now, how do we feel about the height of that building? Do you think that's too tall? That's going to be our first one here. We could try and make a smaller one. We really want density near our commercial stuff. I don't think it makes density for it to be way out there in the middle of nowhere. I mean, we could wait for it to come in and see what it looks like. But yeah, near the something and all, as well as the, what is this? Sells beverages. Crazy Colibri. Cheap and random. Man, these stores. Common groceries. What do you need? I don't know. This is some common groceries. All right. What's it to you? All right, so let's now so I want this area to be a little bit more interesting. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this off or not, but I want to give it a try. So how do I make a cul-de-sac? I don't think the game necessarily has one of these yet. So maybe I have to try and make one myself. You can use small roundabouts to make the circles at the end. I don't have roundabouts unlocked. Oh, I do. Do I like that? No, that's bad. That's bad because you can see the grid doesn't allow me to build on it. So that's not what we want. We need to make our own. Because if I draw a roundabout, I'll be able to zone off it. Whereas the roundabout is the opposite of what we want there. So I need to... Can I not do any smaller than this? 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. It's lumpy. Why are you like this? Why are you like this, cities? Oofa. All right, there's got to be a way that I can do this. Good morning, Natara. Snap to guidelines. See, now it's trying to follow the road there. Did I not make it a full 90 around? Oofa. Let's try the other way. So if I do this. Don't think you make it circle that small and zone off it? I disagree. Because City Platter Plays does it all the time. I'm just not smart enough to know how he does it. If I turn off all snapping, I might get what I want. I don't know if that's true. Do we need to shorten Primrose? Maybe. Maybe that's the issue. Let's try a little one here as a test, right? Let's leave all snapping on to see what happens. Maybe not. So the issue here is I'm not getting full 90-degree rotations, right? So I come out 90 degrees, and then you can see that it's actually snapping to the grid there. See? How do I get rid of that? Except that most cul-de-sacs are just dead ends and not loops. Once again, I'm only trying to do this because I've seen it in a YouTube video. Here's the issue. It's so lumpy. It's not perfect. All right, one last attempt. One last attempt here. We tried roundabout first. Roundabout doesn't work. I give up. No roundabouts. Sorry. No, what's the word I'm looking for here? These are going to be improvised cul-de-sacs. All right. What are you snapping to? I want to turn off snap to building. All right. So again, we want this to be just a cute little tiny neighborhood. So what we want to do is we want to make these like little different sized lots. See what the rough plan is? Now, if we could do cul-de-sacs, we could also have done houses around the outside of them. But since they won't let us do cul-de-sacs, this is the best that we can do. So I don't know. We'll see if we like that. Not all of these are being immediately moved in upon. Oh, I see. So that's not working because it's not actually... Way to go, game. And hopefully when I delete all of this, these stay. And then I think it'd be really cute to have some houses just on the water here. Now, nice. We want to make sure they're not so long as to make anything sort of weird here, you know? There. And then what we can do is we can have a bunch of walking paths, right? Trying to make a very walkable community here. I don't know. What do you think? This is something pretty different from what we've done before, trying to do this like very sparse sort of community. And I think it'd look better too if we kept going like this whole area all around it. So using smaller roads. It's kind of all cul-de-saced. We can also just go for like all the population by zoning in this one. We still only have a population of 400 people here, which is kind of wild. And then once we get some more demand for some more stuff too, we can do more. Oh, hey, there we go. The first apartment building we have there. It's maybe a little bit higher than I would have liked. $18 households, 20 people living in it. A lot of bachelors. Hey, good morning, Caffeine. This is probably supposed to be zoned commercial. You know what? Let's do our first active eminent domain here. Let's do this. And then what we're also going to do What else are we going to do? I probably want just a little bit of houses in this area, just regular old housing. There we go. Lots of demand for commercial. We can put some row housing right here as well. Rosewood Street. Corner of Rosewood and Main. I like that. So yeah, I'm trying some new stuff here. I'm definitely out of my comfort zone. I've never done as much with sort of the little alleys in between to try and make everything work. I think something that we need to do right away, though, is we need to unlock traffic here. I think it's advanced road services. Oh, do I not have any points? I thought I had 2 points. Oh, I'm level 2 with none points. Oh. Well, I better grow the city faster then, shouldn't I? I need 600 more points because once we unlock advanced road services, I don't love that people are parking on the road, and I don't love that every single intersection here is controlled by a light, you know? Reminds you of Texas suburbs where the trash pickup is in the alley behind the house. I mean, not just Texas. I mean, I live in Alberta, which is kind of like the Texas of Canada. I currently live in Alberta. But yeah. All right, give me a second. I'm going to refill my water and just let the game run for a second. I'll be right back. Hello. You thought Quebec was the Texas of Canada? No oil. Unless they have oil that I didn't know about. Also no cowboys. I'm appalled at how healthcare is run in this city. You never know if you're going to get treatment or not. What do you mean? We have two out of 100 patients. What do you mean? All right, we're losing a bit of money here. We have access to taxation. Let's start bumping stuff up a little here. I'd love to get a little bit more dollary dues. It'd be cool if we could start operating in the green. Do you think? No! Why? Why did that ruin everything? Please, please somebody explain to me why that just happened. I'm so sorry. So if I delete this, does it destroy all of these buildings? It does not. Okay. Okay. So if I do this... Okay. Why not both? Because I want that to be an alley. And if I make that an alley, which is a road, there's a chance that these buildings would come in attached to this side instead of this side. And for row homes, it's very important that they be, well, in a row, right? They be in a row and they face you and they have like an alley access for the back. So everything that we're doing is technically possible. It just has a very specific order of operations in order to get everything done. Like that. Now it's perfect. We'll just never touch it again, all right? Like, for example, this one. So I want a little bit of commercial here, and I think this is all going to be park space afterwards. The idea of lanes behind my house is not one I considered and really should start using. Alleys. Specifically alleys. Using the paths to rewrite the weird zoning glitches is a brilliant idea. All credit goes to City Planner Plays, whose YouTube videos Joe and I have been enjoying tremendously lately. Honestly, in the giant content vacuum left behind by Hermitcraft between seasons, we started checking out City Planner Plays, and it has been delightful. The big thing that I really enjoy is how he tells stories. And that's something I want to start trying to do a little bit more in our cities, is not just be like, okay, now we should add transit, but like, what is the story of our city, right? So like right now we have a small town by the side of a air quote river, and it's starting to expand. And what we're really doing today is we're just laying down the foundation, right? We want to start, you know, telling the story of a small town that grew by the side of a highway. And then it's slowly going to grow, right? I want to do, I wish I could remember what the name of it is. There's a very specific thing that happened. I think it's named after an American president, where you do sort of these survey roads that go out and they look really pretty with farm roads. And normally you have them and they kind of respect the topography as well. So if there are hills, they'd move and they'd curve, and maybe the lake will do some stuff like that. But that's why I wrote down, it's like, it's sort of how they like cleaved up the land and stuff like that. And so that's why I'm starting to show where these grids are, because we want to have one that follows the line right on the side there and one that goes kind of at a gap. And then we'll start drawing that out and drawing farmland and maybe having some industry here. But yeah, the city is going to follow and it's going to grow along the water. And then industry is going to sort of go out and it's going to follow, well, the industry. Wait. Or neighbors with Liberty Center. Okay. What's over here? Sorry, that was very interesting for a second there. I only have one name so far. What's this? Leechburg Liberty Center. Okay. Winchelsea. Moundsville. Royal Lakes. Carrizo. Theodore. Oh my God, I love all of our neighbors. I love all of our neighbors. And Fowie. Oh my God. Incredible. All right. We got Bill S. Preston with Theodore. Interesting that your mind went to the Wild Stallions and not the Chipmunks. I don't know. That's an interesting question. When you hear Theodore, what's the first thing that comes to your mind, chat? Are you thinking American presidents? Are you thinking chipmunks? Get some different sized houses here as well. Again, we're just trying not to disturb the river too much. Some manga you read recently. Who is Theodore in your manga recently? So the other thing I could have done is we could have left the river for like walking paths, but I do like the idea of these houses being grown on it. Your cat's name is Theodore? Oh, I love that. Joe wants to know if your cat has a fancy tuxedo hat. So one thing we should maybe do over here in this community is we could have a little bit of commercial. We have such massive commercial demand, which is wild. You want a house on one of those islands? So bridges out to there is going to be very tricky. But yeah, that could be fun. So I don't know if I want this to continue to be a highway or not. But I kind of want to make no parking on Main Street. And I want it to have... Oh, geez. I can't do that yet. I can't upgrade to roads with trees and stuff on them because I need the more points. Okay. So the next thing we definitely need to unlock is going to be like road services. So that we could start getting A, no parking designation, B, change these parking lights to give this the right of way. That's going to be huge. There's fire everywhere? Hardly, Snurge. Hardly. Your cat's name is Hemlock, but their nickname is Theodore. Adorable. Really wish there was a way to connect to an island without the road, without huge ferries. Just like one lone old man with a little dock and a dinghy. Is that what you're thinking? So I want another little cul-de-sac road into here, and I think it's going to come off of this one. And we don't want it... Oh! Excellent news, everybody. We are now a large village. Congratulations. So I have access to 3 points, and I really want to get parks, but I still can't unlock them. So we're going to take advanced road services. Because what that should allow us to do is... There we go. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start planting some trees on Main Street. And what that's going to do is it's going to remove the parking and just add a little bit of character to it, you know? The next thing we want to do is we actually want to remove these stoplights and we want to change them to stop signs. Now, can I give right of way here? No, I don't want everybody to stop. Can I somehow specify right of way? Does anybody know how to do what it is that I want to do here? Because what I want is not that. What I want is for this road to have right of way, right? And for the people turning into this road to have to yield. I too wish to know this answer. Probably just have to wait for a traffic mod. Well, you know what we're going to do in the meantime then is we're just going to let anarchy rule. Because what we don't want to have happen is we don't want anybody on this road to have to stop. This used to be in the Cities 1 base game, by the way. So another thing that we want to do is probably tell people to stop parking on this road as well. Oh, geez. You know what that means we might need, actually, is we don't have any parking here at all. You've been doing just open intersections and only lights on main crossings? Yeah, that's fair. So I've noticed we provided actual none parking here. Maybe that's why so many people are parking on the street instead. None parking left beef, indeed. So is this large enough to fit one here? Can't tell that footprint. Signs point to negative. I cannot put that there and then also have my alley running behind it like I wanted. Oh my God, my love. Thank you for coffee. Okay. So. We just need to leave room for one of those things there. So if I move this then to here, I believe I've left room for the road to go this way. And I believe I've left room for the expansion. I have. Which means that I can put a sidewalk there. Don't love that. But you know, maybe that's fine. Maybe it's fine. So we want no parking on Rosewood either. And I think the way that we're going to represent that is, once again, we're going to plant trees. And then to encourage use here, I do want a little bit of parking. So let's lower the fees on that. So we don't want any parking on our main streets. And we need to start providing parking so that it gets used instead. Oh, right. That reminds me that I do want to go back to our dump. So you can see right here that we have a big demand for parking. because of all this commercial. We haven't actually met any of that demand. Mr. Gibberish, thank you so much for 24 months. Thank you very much for the diamond bean of support. I think you're an absolute delight, and I appreciate you being here. The other thing I was hoping to unlock was parks, but I don't have them yet. Now, I do have access to fire as well as police administration. And now, reminder that we wanted to do sort of like a little bigger thing around here, right? So let's extend this road out a little bit further. And we've got the parking right there already, right? Actually, maybe I was a little bit premature in placing that down. So we want a fire hall. Oh, it wants road access on that side. And then that's a upgrade is in place on that one. Okay. There we go. And then we also need access to police services. And the police station, I believe, is a big one. So it wants road access. A little bit closer, eh? There we go. And now what about you? Garage extension also goes into it. Amazing. Okay, good. So we can leave this as some green space behind, and we can do a little bit of decorating and terraforming after. I'm actually wondering now if I move this parking lot. So give me a second. We're going to make a backup save here. If I don't like this, we're not going to worry about it. But I think this might look cute if it was doubled. So if I move this and rotate it, let's do a little snappage here. And put it, I can't quite see where that is. So it's here, right? And then I make another one. And I do it like this. Oh, it doesn't leave room for the expansion on that side. That's fine. I still think that looks better. And then also, I don't think we want people pulling off from a main road directly into a parking lot, right? I think it makes more sense for the parking lot to be served off the side road. So we're going to call that an upgrade, and we're going to remove that light and that light. And then what we can continue to do is continue to bring some commercial down this way. And then this can continue to be light residential. I do want to keep developing the community around the elementary school, which there's a sub-tier icon or emotes so that we could celebrate the milestones. So what's really weird is Twitch gave me access to like 700, that's an exaggeration, but like actually like 60 new emotes that are all animated. And like, I don't care about the animated emotes, you know? So I do wonder what to do with all of that, you know? Here's a question. I've got this like pretty dense residential here. What's this word? Crime scene. Well, we'll get there. So I've got all these animated emotes, but like do I just use animated emotes without animations and just call them regular emotes, you know? Animated emotes are the new hotness. It's kind of wild. All right, I think I want to keep this as actually pretty dense. Sell animated emote spots to viewers? I think that gets possibly kind of weird pretty fast, you know? Do I want more houses directly off of this arterial road? I don't think I do. I also don't want this to be dense though. I think what we need here though, I think we need a little bit of density. That might not be allowed. Well, we don't sell the emotes. You don't sell it directly to the community, but you can, in theory, sell. Yeah, I don't love that for some reasons. All right, let's actually make this a little bit of density. And what we're going to do here is we're going to make a building. And then we've had an issue here with parking. So we're going to put in a parking lot. We're going to put the parking lot off the side here. Right. School parking is free. And I think what I want to do here is I actually want to start putting another high density building. So this is going to be our second apartment building is right there, which is about the same height or lower than that one. And then we want some more commercial here. And eventually we'll rezone this as well. I kind of did want another parking spot there. But maybe it's not needed. I like how there are still cars parked there. Great. Well, you have to think of some stuff to do here in a bit. See, like this I'm okay with, right? We've got residential area, little smart car. We've got a residential area with street parking in the front, and we've got alleys for services and stuff in the back. What is this big black van? Oh, it's a delivery van. It's got cargo in it. Neat. Looking good. The city's looking good so far. Is it? Yeah. Tell me what you think, friends. What do you think of the vibe of our new town? Are you digging it? I'm definitely trying some new stuff. I love that this is all that we have for an industrial area, right? I do think we need to connect this other arterial road into something. And then maybe it actually comes here and it curves. I don't know if that gets a little bit weird. Like you come into the city and then there's two arterials that go this way and this way. Where's my combination? KFC and or Taco Bell. I'll see that and I will raise you wingbacks. Is it a restaurant? Oh, it's electronics. The Burned Bean. Wait, that's a terrible name for a cafe. Okay, it sells food. We got a restaurant shop called The Crazy Colibri. Wouldn't want to move here unless your job was paying for it. It's a pretty small town right now. Like, keep in mind, this is a city of under 700 people, right? So far, are we water trade? I can't do anything about that. Our sewage and our water is great. We do need to be careful about this and be very mindful of this. Because we have no water treatment and we have no current. So this is just going to keep pooling up and causing pollution. So we need to deal with this pretty quickly. Not a lot of dating prospects in a small town? Absolutely no. Hey, what's up, Milk? Yeah, Cities is running so much better right now. So the hope is with the next tier that at a grand village, we should get access to natural disasters. Ugh. We get access to office, and we start getting access to different types of industry, which is great. If we wanted to unlock environmental stuff, the water treatment plant is only 2 points. I don't know if we can afford it, though. Like, so far our budget's not very high, and we'd also need to probably unlock a new area for it. But that does seem like a priority. And then maybe once we get a new influx of money, we buy these tiles and we make a little water treatment peninsula over here. Have I updated my budgets? I don't really want to micro too much. So for example, I'm not going to go in and I'm not going to drop the budget tremendously. Maybe I can. Maybe that's fine. I am operating at a deficit, which isn't great. So I could probably drop this down to like 60%. Because we do have such a tremendous excess of it for it right now. So the one thing that we've done is we've bumped our taxation up to 12%. And we could do a like tiered education thing. But for example, I don't think we want to get into a high school today. I think that's just sort of out of the scope of the foundation that we have, you know. Wait, we lost people. Current trend down 12 per hour. Oh, that's terrible news. You know what? Let's get some more housing going in here. Wait, this is being marked as terrible for housing? Oh, it's great for density, but not for, you know what? Maybe that was all supposed to be medium density. What is the industry for this tiny town? It's going to start out with agriculture. Once we unlock that, we're going to do a bunch of agriculture. All right, let's actually go into here and let's make a couple more cul-de-sacs, which was something that we were working on previously. And then I got distracted by. So not quite sure how I want to zone this. Actually, maybe that road is bad. Maybe that road is bad. And then what I'm actually just supposed to do is put a bunch of residential right along the side of the road. Yeah, let's just do that. Lots of demand there still. I do want to do more sort of like suburban style roads here. So let's give that a try. Love this idea. And let's do another one around here. This is where I wish I had access to parks currently, you know? Time for suburbs. Everybody clap. Why is that road not 90 degrees? It's obviously not 90 degrees. There we go. Nope. Okay, good. I feel like this road is actually supposed to connect through. Like that. Then there's supposed to be another dead end off it. So my one disappointment currently is I don't have access to any parks, right? All right, so the next thing we want to do is really try and focus the housing here on these roads. And then I want to leave room for parks. Different lot sizes here. But actually, maybe that's supposed to be just half of that. Because I think I want some houses on this side as well. And then that's a lot of space that's currently not being used. So let's do a little bit of that. That's too tight. That's too tight. So let's just go in like this. So then what we can do, actually, if I go one further. Never mind. Actually, we want a path from here to here. Right? Like we want these communities to be very walkable. It's actually kind of wild how hard it is to see where your zones are when you're building roads in this game. Regarding water treatment, I found the simple outflow with an upgrade or two was good enough for a few thousand people. The water plant is very expensive to run. So the issue with this map, Omdrastrix, is if you look at the water flow, this river is actually not a river. This is a very flat map that the developers made after the fact as a way to make people happy because they don't want to have to deal with a ton of terraforming. And as a result, this is actually just all ocean. It's not actually a river for the purposes of flow, which means that all our wastewater is just going to pool. Normally, the current comes and it disperses it, which means if we don't invest heavily in like actual factual water treatment instead of just like putting raw sewage into the water, this is going to become a giant poo nightmare. Just a giant poo disaster. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is not a, oh, we have to deal with this because of demand. We have to deal with this because of poo. Does that make sense? You get like 80% treatment with 3 settling ponds. I don't know what a settling pond is. Upgrade the poop pipe. Extra settling tank reduces the amount of contaminants in this. Oh, being expelled. Oh, what is this? Chemical purification. Hey! Oh. Well, that'll do for now. Reduces the amount of contaminants in the sewage being expelled. Thank you. I didn't know that there were upgrades on that, if I'm honest. Also, it kind of looks like a problem. Can I put this slightly closer to the edge? Why? Why are you trying to delete everything? Whatever. Why are you operating at different heights? The sewers could really use an update. They're really backing up. Try to put a couple big houses back here too. Again, vary the lot sizes. So yeah, what we're trying to make is this like really cute little community here near the school. And the hope is that although it's kind of a mess, that it also, I don't know, looks all right. The big thing is I don't have access to parks yet. And so without any parks in here, I don't love this quite yet. But we'll get there. We'll turn this into something that we can love. The new signature building is available, the Rock Musician Mansion. Wow. The Rock Musician Mansion gives +2 a well-being for everybody within 500 meters. Yeah, I don't want to invest too much in this. Again, this is, pardon me, this is just a temporary solution for the time being. And then once we hit the next milestone of town, the next upgrade is going to be, like I said, a great big expansion over to here. It's wild how much commercial demand we have, though, eh? So it looks like they really want more density around here. And you know what? I am loving this. Look at this. How does the one apartment over here look in this sort of new community we made? That looks all right. You know? What is this? Cheap and random. You know, you turn onto it right off the highway, but that's fine. You cleaned your keyboard? I'm proud of you, Atara. Not enough people clean their keyboards. Chat, I hate to tell you this, but your keyboards are filthy. You know it's true. Life is filthy. Milk, you're the problem. I don't know why I said that. That was so mean. I'm sorry, Milk. I don't know why I said that, bud. You deserve better than that. You said I know? Buddy. Wait, that was somebody else. Sorry. That was, the I know was somebody else. Surge woke up and chose war only very specifically with Milk. Everyone else gets a pass. It's because I hung out with him in Barcelona. I got to know the real Milk. All right, so it looks like this community just wants more row houses. And who am I to say no? So when you look at, oh, that's interesting. When you look at the demand stuff, right? So is this a good place for light residential? No. Is this a good place for medium residential? Yes. So I could put light residential in here, which is kind of interesting. So I will, because I don't want this all to be row houses, if that makes sense. And one of the things that I'm doing, if you're curious, is I'm not building row houses right to the edge here because I very specifically want it to attach in a certain direction. So we build it like this first, and then later when it behaves, then we come in sort of after the fact and add more stuff later. In order to clean your computer, you need to turn it off. That means turning off the stream. I ignored dusting my computer for way too long, and that was a giant mistake. All right. So where do we have some demand for some commercial? One of the things I'm really quite proud of now is I used to make my commercial in like, this will be my downtown core, and I'd have like a giant pocket of it. And instead I'm realizing that commercial needs to be near people. People want to be able to buy stuff, right? And so I'm starting to think of like little pockets of commercial in areas like this. I think that's much better. Inlet filters for the win. So I had ignored dusting my computer, and boy, oh boy, was that a mistake. My computer was so sad. When I first booted up Cities, it just screamed. My computer was literally screaming at me, just saying, please, Surge, please, clean me. I'm dying. And I was like, no. See, we're trying to put in walking paths and desire lines. That's cute. Once we add some more stuff to it, that'll be even cuter. Oh, I made it too close. So this is a weird thing. You can make a walking path next to a building. And as long as it doesn't attach to the road, it doesn't add a crosswalk. See? But if you snap to it, not only do you add a crosswalk, but that crosswalk will disrupt the flow of traffic and maybe even the grid. So that path is odd to me. I probably want to just have this. I think that makes more sense. Except I think these trails should connect without somehow disturbing this house. Oh. That's so close. We're not, it didn't quite work as I wanted it to. What if I just go here? Sure. No monorails yet. We do have trams, but yeah, trams are definitely not monorails. So one of the things that I think makes sense is we definitely want a path here. Can I do this without destroying everything? Nice. Actually, let's see if I can make that a little bit more even in relation to the house. Amazing. Yes, I can. I think this is another area that would love a walking path because there's already a crosswalk there. There we go. So I don't know how many of you have been keeping up with the development of this game. So they've been obviously patching and fixing it very consistently. And one of the big things that they said was they would not be charging for DLC until the game was in a stable state. And just recently, they have announced that they believe that the game, they will no longer be doing standalone patches. And what that means is any new patches that come out are going to be coming out with DLC. Now, sometimes when they do patches, they have free content and paid content. So like they'll do a stability patch and stuff like that. But they're basically at the point where like, you know what? Nah, we're going to go back to our original roadmap. So it's interesting, right? Obviously, they feel the game is in a better state. All right, I want a little commercial area here. And previously, we were kind of continuing to respect the grid, and I think I'm okay with that for this road. And this is going to end up being a cul-de-sac, unless I could do something like this. Let's try this out. And we have an alley here. It's kind of interesting. And then maybe this can be row houses. But I wanted this to be a little shopping center. Oh, you know what I'm going to do, actually? Let's do something completely different here. Okay. So we've got this road now, and it goes to here. And then what we want to do, we have that parking lot there just for the school. So what I want to do is I want to figure out the width of that, which is I believe is 5. So if I do this, I want to do 2 parking lots. I'm going to make a shopping center. And that's accessible off of that side. Actually, let's move these. I don't want to destroy these. I want to move these. I want to move them so that they're about equidistant. And this is going to be charged parking. So let's do like $3 for each. I don't want parking to be super. Let's make it $5. I have no idea. I have no idea what a coffee costs in this city. So what we want is we want to move it so that you know what? That's fine. And we want a walking path here. And then what we want is we want a little shopping center in this area, right? So if we have a shopping center, let's put it like right here. And then we're going to focus the roads. I wonder why the roads aren't focusing there at all. Right across? I feel like I'm losing some space here. Maybe I can make this a little bit... That's too small. Maybe this road's wrong. So you see what we're trying to go for here? It's like this very classic sort of strip mall idea. We're gonna do some terraforming to make that look much prettier later on. Right across from the school, we want a little shopping center. And then so the idea was that this would all be commercial, but I don't necessarily want one big block like this. That doesn't much help us either. What if I focus it in this direction? Maybe this is okay? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe that's like in totally the wrong spot because of the character of the neighborhood. But we want a little shopping plaza here. I think we're going to try and put a couple more little apartment buildings right on the side. And this is going to be an area of density right beside the school. We got some density. We got the school. We got the highway. My businesses are complaining about taxes. Drop that down by 1. Actually, my demand for commercial just completely vanished. My first accident. Wow. Between a dump truck and a car. Dang. That's kind of spooky. All right. Let's give this a save real quick. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to take a lunch break in a second here. We'll come back and we'll view. Actually, we can just leave the game running in the background. So I'm going to get up, I'm going to wash my hands, and then we're going to chill, and we're just going to watch our city. And we're just going to see it grow. We're going to see it fill in. And just ask ourselves what our next steps want to be. But give me a second. Washroom, wash my hands, and then get ready for some lunch questions. I'll be right back. Hi, everybody. Hey, what's up, David? Good to see you, friend. All right, so let's just hang out. Let's just hang out and let's take a look at this. And then I think I'm starting to fall into a bit of a problem of focusing too much on very small decisions, like in this community, where what I really need to do is lay out sort of like the next big steps of everything here. And that'll help us out. So you can see we've got a natural crossroads coming up. We're starting to build like a little suburban community near the elementary school. But I think we need to start planning at like a much larger scope to give us a better understanding of what things are looking at. Because I can already see I'm painting myself into a bit of a corner here. And I think it'll help if we sort of take a step back and zoom out, you know? Zenily, thank you for the Prime. David, thank you for the 10 months. All right, everybody. So our goal is we're going to hang out and we're going to watch the stream. We're going to watch the game sort of grow and watch the city grow and bump the taxes down to 10%. We're not going to try and play too much. We're just going to sort of watch it. Sorry, a couple things we want to do really quickly here. One, let's bump our water budget down. Interesting. We're actually making money off of garbage management currently. Apparently, we're importing stuff. Now, the service fee is fine. Electricity, we're importing. That's tough. I don't really want to lower education, but I think our town doesn't need it yet. So let's knock this down too. The hope here is that we can just have a positive budget. You know, let's go down to 60%. So what that should affect is classroom size. No, it's at 52% efficiency. What does that do? Maybe that affects my dropout rate? I hope not. So we're losing $2,000 an hour. Simply buy more garbage. We're getting there. We're getting there. Now, they're all complaining about taxation. Oh, no. They're complaining about customers, not taxes. Oh, jack the taxes back up, everybody. All right, really quickly, then just before we take our lunch break, let's put in some more row housing just right here because apparently they need more people. I didn't want to play. I just wanted to eat. I just want to solve this problem. Okay. All right. Now we're having lunch. No more gaming. Just lunch. How's it going? What's up? What's new? What's happening? Are you all having an amazing day? Oh. Nibbles. Thank you for the $10 dono. Pink Panther theme with the sneaking song specifically. Thank you. You said it showed up with the wrong dono? That's not right. That's actually really bad. How do I test that? I can't fix that right now. So you donated and it had the wrong name? I thought I had fixed everything. Oh, maybe they overlapped. No, we also had a 10-month sub from Kaosa, David. Mystery. Mystery, mystery, mystery. All right, friends. How you doing? What's up? What's new? How have you been? Tell me about yourselves. Today's lunch is a delicious quesadilla that Joe made with kielbasa sausage in it. Inkslayer, thank you for the $5 test dono. It looked like it worked. Up in the top right corner. So as far as I know, and it changes all the time, there's my alerts are here for subs and bits, and then way up in the top right corner for the donos. So it looks like it's working. Thank you for the support, friends. A couple people went to their MCAM pre-release. Amazing. 1-3 milkshake. 1-3 milkshake. Sorry to hear that. I told the story the other day, but it's worth repeating. When I was in Victoria, I went to my first Canadian Highlander tournament in years. In years and years and years and ages. And I was 2-0. And then I got paired against Ben Wheeler. And then I was no longer 2-0. So I went 2-0, 2-2, unfortunately. The classic. I mean, it does make sense. It is a little bit flattering to get paired against Wheeler in the undefeated bracket. You know, that's not bad. I was on red-white equipment. He was on Jeskai Tryhard. Who won the die roll? I won the die roll, and I won game 1. So I thought I had it in the bag. Wheeler's just built different. I mean, bringing Jeskai. Jeskai's kind of a try-hard list. Because it's just really good. Which is not to say you're supposed to bring a bad list. But I brought a Surge deck, and he brought a meta deck. And there's nothing wrong with that. I just want to make fun of him for it. Did I have fun? I had a blast, actually. So I went to Monday Night Highlander because I had a bunch of friends who were visiting who I never got to meet in person before and were Canadian Highlander enthusiasts plus David. And so I brought both of them to the tournament. And so they had a blast playing as well. At least that's what they told me. Maybe they lied. Glad I can make you laugh, David. Hey, Wester Farmer. Thank you for 16 months, friend. Appreciate the support. Jeskai's been one of the best decks for like 10 years. It's true, though. North 100 is one of my favorite shows to watch. Thank you so much. Yeah, I recorded a bit of Showdown. Spoilers, you're going to see some Showdown the next couple weeks featuring yours truly. So look forward to that. For those of us who are a bit older, can you define try hard? So it's derogatory. Not super derogatory, but it's a little bit derogatory. It is an insult to a person because instead of I mean, it's not necessarily bad. You approach it with the intent to win. I don't know, help me out. Help me out with the definition of try hard here, right? Ooh, Milk with an excellent here. Trying too hard to win compared to what's expected about the importance of an event. Interesting. Yes. Yeah, it is trying. That's so... Okay, I'm sorry. I need to distract myself for a second. I thought I felt something up my sleeve. And I was like, that's really weird. A piece of sausage had fallen out of my quesadilla and into the tiny little opening in my sleeve. And it just fell out. Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah. It's okay. You know, just an adult in their 30s, completely forgetting how to eat. It's all good. Don't even worry about it. It's a little treat for later right there is what that is. All right, back to the definition of try hard. A setting where people are usually a bit more relaxed. A try hard would be going for the win. Yeah. Yeah. I do really like Milk's definition at the start there. Trying hard to win compared to the expected importance of an event, right? I like that. I like that. It also can be contextually jokey or derogatory depending on the context. I think is also important. Because in this case, it was a competitive tournament where everyone was expected to try their best to win. And then to like make fun of him for bringing a try hard list, you're like, well, yeah, you're at a competitive event. What did you expect? But I'm poking fun of Wheeler right there, so that's fine. Sometimes people will also try and downplay how invested you should be, which is not great. I agree with that too. Trying to keep up with the changing slang. So I'm in my late 30s and I am, oh my God, I'm having some issues. So I watched the NHL All-Stars game. Wow, I forgot the name for a second. I watched the All-Stars game last night. And when they had Tate McRae come on as the performance, I was just like, oh no. Oh no, am I out of touch or is it the youth who are wrong? Right? I was like, But it turns out I did in fact know who she was. I recognized some of her tracks. But I was like, dang, Serge. It's over. It's over for you, bud. So one of the advantages I had over y'all is Tate McRae is a Canadian performer. So she's a Canadian singer, songwriter, and dancer. So I've got a little bit of an edge over the Americans might not know who she is. You're also Canadian? Oh no. Tate McRae. I'll type it in chat. You're not into country music. It's not country music, it's pop. I love that. I mean, Tate McRae does sound like a country artist, for sure. Tate. Yeah, not tape. But yeah. You're really out of it then? Yeah. All right. I have defeated the quesadilla. Now that we're all feeling old, let's get back to the game. So one of the questions I have is, do I want this alley here? And I think I don't. I don't think I want this alley coming off this main road. So let's go ahead and remove this. I mean, some people are using it. No, we don't need a back entrance to this little shopping district here. What we will do though is we will make the alley from here to here and then connect it like that. Nope. That ain't it. We'll go from the center of the road. Now, how do I... There. I'm starting to try and learn what the various snapping tools do. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to put more dense residential here, but we've completely lost our demand. So while we were having our lunch break, everything has changed. And specifically, man, do I even need this alleyway? I don't know if I do. I kind of do, but like that's so awkward. Maybe it's fine. You know a guy who would have loved that alley? Oh. The game wants us to put more industry here. And I'm so happy. Look at this. Our industry is not just choking us to death with traffic or anything. We need a couple hundred more points and we could start to add office and stuff. So let's do it. Oh, you think that's buildings upgrading? So we still have a major issue here of not enough people when compared to the businesses, which is really odd that my businesses are complaining about not having enough customers while simultaneously my city is saying I don't have enough commercial. So typically when you build commercial, you want it near your residential so they have like dedicated customers, which we have. Normally you have this issue if you have like just giant areas of like big pockets of commercial too clustered together and not enough residential behind it, but that's fine. Might be an access issue? Well, again, it shouldn't be because we have like, look at our zoning, right? Where does the commercial want to be? And you can see this is all residential. So one thing we could do is we could fill this in with residential. And I think what we're actually going to do is before we took our lunch break, I mentioned wanting to sort of slow down and think big picture on stuff. So let's get more city planning down here first, right? Why is this grid so bad? That's fine. Yes, Joe. Joe's like, there's one piece of sausage on the plate. What's going on there, Serge? I'm like, that was my sleeve sausage, my love. That's a 91-degree road. That is not going to, no. Hey, what's up, Crit? I don't know why I forgot how to speak there for a second. What up, Kits? So if we go nice and slow, we preserve the grid. We must respect the grid. There. Beautiful grid. Let's also take our main 4-lane road here and let's keep extending it. You know what? Let's just keep Main Street going, right? What? Who hurt you, cities? Why? Why, cities? Topography? What topography? The map is flat? Data is showing that people have begun dying more than usual. Well, that's exciting. We're just going to call that organic development. Okay, that's fair. So I want to leave this as a little bit of a park. So let's go back this way, and then let's start once again respecting sort of the natural boundary of the river here. The topography of the river, if you will. Please, I just want a 180-degree road. There. It's a little bit funny. No, it's not. Everything's fine. Okay, and then we want to come out this way. You know what we could do? You know what else we could do? Let's start getting some 90-degree roads off of here, right? respect the grid. How dare you? What if I do want to change the grid layout here. I do want to change the grid layout. So what we're going to do, actually, let's start breaking up the grid a little. What I want to do is something like this, right? Comes off the river. This is going to start being a river park. Okay. Then what we want to do is we want to start doing the 200-meter long roads. And then these go, I think it was 88 was for 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Great. So if I do this, should be perfect. Okay. So we want to do 88. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Great. And then we want to try this again. Let's go down to 200 meters again. Actually, what's this full distance? This total distance is 305 meters. So let's do a shorter block here. I could put some services or something cool in there. So 180. Wait, I can just do a one-stop curve. Sick. Oh, love that road. Everybody, congratulations. We are now a grand village. So the progression panel gives us access to low-density office now, and we can start doing agriculture. Ooh, I'm excited about that. Natural disasters, which we've turned off. This is very exciting. Taxis, and of course, parks and recreations. Okay, so before we get any further, let's immediately unlock parks. The big things that we want to unlock in this one are going to be parks and water treatment. So first off, ooh, this is going to be a little bit expensive. So we're actually going to spend, I have 4 points. Let's go with a sports park. Hey, Lilith. Thank you very much for using your Prime here. So we've got this space right here, right? So we had that space that was a little bit awkward for a while. And now we get a little bit more land value into that. So check that out. Isn't that great? Now those are basketball courts, right? Yeah, good. And now as we start to develop more of these communities, we're going to start putting more parks in. More parks, more spaces. This is another excellent spot for a park. And I think there's a tiny little park. No, not the small plaza. The dog park. You love to see it. You love to see it. Be cool to turn that little bump in the riverfront into an office space. Here, I want to make this a natural park and walk that stuff around. Eventually, we'll connect all of this. I just want to get the parks in real quick. This was an area that was also ripe for more parks. Oh, there was a house there. Oh, the small playground is the perfect one. So let's do that. Small playground right there. And we're going to put so many of these in here because every kid deserves access to a playground, right? There we go. Now this area is a little bit dense, but I think I could probably squeeze some playgrounds in around here without wrecking too much stuff. Groundbreaker. Thanks, Xbox. Wow. Why is the basketball course bigger than the houses? I mean, I think that makes sense. I don't know. I'm almost to get to the other side. I'm also realizing while I look at some of these houses that this is a very odd construction. They almost look like trailers, right? These look like trailers that were placed on cinder blocks. That one's got a little AC unit. I've got some solar panels, which is also very interesting. Because that's what they are. Interesting. Huh. Oh, here we go. Wait. Or is this still a trailer and they just added a patio to it? This is a trailer with a dormer window and a patio. Okay. I guess as the houses level up. Oh my God. Look how cute that is. Look at all the people hanging out at the school. I mean, I guess this is the North American. This is the American house here. Just Kekona, brother. Just trailers everywhere. It's a combination of the low land value and the lot size. Oh, okay, here we go. Wow. So somebody knocked down like 6 of these and put in a little McMansion. Pardon me. Dang. Well, the land value will go up over time. Oh, yes, it will go up. So it does look like I need to put a parking lot in here somewhere. Now, the issue is, and I kind of messed this up. The issue is I made these 4 big and parking lots are 5 big. So this begs a very important question, chat. How eminent domain do we go with our eminent domain here? You know what I'm saying? Do I, right now while we still have time, do I go in and actually destroy 1 row of all of these houses so that I could rezone all of these commercial lots to be larger? What do you think? It's a little spooky, huh? All right, let's do it. Now, the problem is we do lose this. Just lose the alley. I really like the alley. I think the alley is the best part. So we're going to lose the alley, but then we have to move the alley over one, which is going to ruin everything. So let's actually put in a save. All right. So the issue here is this road is 9 wide, which means I can never get a parking lot there. I mean, I put one there. That's fine. Rip it all up and start again and just tax them to compensate. Dang. Well, this is fine because we did have a bunch of buildings that ended up growing facing the wrong direction. And as we all know, that was illegal. Yeah, see, these all built facing the wrong direction. Hate that. So then what we're going to do is we're going to rezone all of these to be 5. But not yet. Then one of these that's complaining about not having enough customers, we're going to replace with a parking lot. Because somebody, I think it was Milk, said that maybe I don't have enough parking. So what I want to do specifically for this, because again, actually I want the parking to come off the side. We're going to put a small parking lot in here. And we're going to snap it to this side. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to... I'm going to destroy all of these so that they come in 1 block bigger. And then I need to do this as well. Did we pave Paradise and put up a parking lot? Ooh, that's a good question. Oh, right. Our one big house that was there. That's a little too bad. So what I want to do here is I want to... How is this all blue? Oh, this is all blue. Yeah, let's actually rezone all of this currently. Because that's supposed to be... This is supposed to be commercial. I do like that the alley bends there, though. That's actually kind of cool. When we charge the people $1.50 to see them. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I actually love that the alley turns. Where's my tree museum? Great question. So I do have some high density demand. And you know what? We could put it right here. I don't mind that. So the question is that too tall? And I think that is. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull that back a little. We're going to ask it to rebuild. There we go. So one of the things that we want to make sure is that our city sort of respects the vibe, right? And I felt like it wasn't respecting the vibe for a second there. So these have all rebuilt, which means I'm going to attempt to redraw my alleyways now. Love that. Love that for us. And now, while we're waiting for that to come in, what we're going to do is we're actually going to come into this industrial park that we made before. And we're going to start putting some office spaces in here too. Because I think office and industrial can go together just to make the area look a little bit more interesting. And I'm hoping I didn't overzone that. I think the leftmost alleyway didn't connect. Oh, nice spot. Thank you. Just go ahead and remove that traffic light. It's most likely for aesthetics, but why you're not zoning at all? Aesthetics. You nailed it. Well, two things. One is aesthetics, and two is also for, what's the word I'm looking for here? Traffic. I don't need it to be that dense. By spreading it out, not only are we removing the pollution, but we don't end up with just a giant brick of industry. And sometimes you just get these like highly concentrated areas of industry that are just a nightmare to serve traffic to. And so by kind of opening this up, hopefully we make things easier for ourselves there. All right, let's keep drawing this community here. And again, I want the blocks to be, I want to find a midpoint between this. Hey, Kevlar Giraffe, thank you so much for 44 months. So it's 300 blocks. So let's go about 150. And then what we want to do here is, I think I just want these roads to meet at an angle. Wait, hold on. Even better idea. What if instead of that middle block, I do this? Right? And then does this connect in a weird spot? I feel like that's maybe two intersections that are too close, but let's give it a try. Wow. Boy, oh boy, does the game not like Does the game not like that? So if I do this, what happens? Holy moly. All right. So I can force. I mean, maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine. Because again, I think we do maybe want some construction along the road there. So maybe I don't worry about this road. Again, let's worry about filling this all in later. I kind of just wanted to start planning this community a little bit because I think this is kind of cool. And then let's do this again. And so let's connect it to there. And do I want this intersection? You know what? Let's do this now. So this is at a 90 degree. We'll go across there. And then let's get rid of this one. See, there we go. Now we're starting to make streets that I think have a little bit more character to them. And then we've got this road here. And then let's try and count 88 meters. $83. That's odd. I thought it was 88 was the number I liked, right? That's 88. So why can't I do 88 here? 84, 90. You're very pro weird non-90 degree roads? Yeah, so the hope here is to find like, to make grids, but then make the grids connect and then, oh, hello. Well, that's exciting. Something's on fire. Oh, right. We want to make sure that we prioritize parking here. So let's drop the fee down a whole bunch. So that should be right beside our fire hall. Oh, it's spreading. Fire hall, hello? We have one vehicle in use. Good. Okay, it's right there. It is fighting the fire. Why is it called a fire truck when they shoot water? Great question, Milk. See, this is why we pay Milk the big bucks. Nobody thought about that before. Oh, geez, that's morbid. All right, sir. No, please don't leave. Please. Oh, okay. Apparently they couldn't fight the fire from there. They had to rotate the block. There we go. So how do we feel about this new parking hall, right? I mean, it's funny that the new buildings that we put in look like they have their own parking. Do you like this new street, or do you think we should also increase the lot size of these buildings so it has room for parking? I think making that 5 wide is probably a good call going forward. And maybe we don't need it as much on this side just because it ends at the medical clinic, right? Like this block ends here. And it's not going to continue in that direction. So let's leave that. All right, let's do a little micro detail and let's go back to some more big picture thinking. So we've solved most of the customer issues. And as you can see, we had huge demand. Wait, we solved the issue because we bulldozed all the buildings that were complaining. Neat. Oh, hey, guess what? Stonks. We profitable now, chat. So we wanted to continue this. Oh, okay. This is going to be a little bit tricky because we wanted to respect the grid. So let's see what happens if we continue the grid this way. We want to go 88 meters. So if we're here, okay, we need to rethink this a little. Oh, I've got such a great idea. So what would you think? What would you think if so odd. What would you think if these roads came up to here, right? What? Sorry, 1 second. What would you think if these roads did this instead? Love that? Hate that? They could go to right here and we could have wonky intersections, or we could just make them kind of wonky now. Like this. I could also make them curved. It's true. They don't have to be straight lines right there. So the other option would be, if I may, the other option could be, nope. Please hold. The other option could be that. Do you like the gently curved road or the, I mean, it does respect the grid a little bit better, you know, that is important. We do want to respect the grid around these parts. You just got DM'd Twitch spam. That's exciting. You should report that, that account. I'm going to do the curved road. So the curve is a little bit more awkward for the grid. Ignore that for the grid. But we can use that space for some fun stuff. All right, so it's time to buy a bunch of tiles. We haven't purchased any tiles yet. And one of the first priorities we have is we want to come over here and we want to build a wastewater treatment facility. And then what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to come into here and we're going to want to start building some agriculture. And I kind of want to make the agriculture first, but I'm pretty sure I need the wastewater treatment facility first, which is a little bit unfortunate. So let's start buying tiles. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yikes! That's not nearly as many as I thought I had access to. All right, and so my goal is, reminder, we had this goal that we want to remember where the country roads were, right? Oh, heck. All right, I need to buy another one. Just so I could see where that line was. Okay, there we are. So we're like that. You like the plaid black shirt combo? Oh, thank you. The open plaid. All right, so really quickly, we're actually going to pause the game for a second here. And we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this. Followed by this. And then we're going to delete everything that touched the highway there. And then we're going to continue the roads. So I really shouldn't have put the line in that direction because it's making it very challenging. But you know what? If we go right up to the edge, we can remember that that's roughly where it was. Okay. So let's buy another district here. So these roads are just placeholder roads. These roads are not actually... All right, hold on. So right about here. And what I really want to do is I really want to buy right into this area. And that's where I want to make my wastewater treatment plant. Now I can buy 13 more tiles. And it's not costing me too much money yet, which is great. He says immediately spending $16,000 dues. Let's buy 4 more tiles here. Does anybody know what these roads are called? Again, I believe they're named after like an American president or something like that. And they're specifically in rural areas. You have roads that mark up at like meridians or something like that, and you construct them up and stuff like that. And you just have these giant grids. Like if you've ever been out in the countryside, right? And these would have names like Range Road 1. And then the crossroads would have a different name. A range is in one latitude, and like longitudinal roads have a different one too, or something like that. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to keep track of all of this, because when we get into this area, no, they're not boulevards or arterial. They're called like, again, like Roosevelt roads or something like that. I'm trying to remember. It sounds like an American president. I can't remember. Oh, maybe it's the Eisenhower highway system. That could be correct. Unless you just made that up. That could be right. Those are the interstates? I can't remember what it's called, but this is a thing. Eisenhower was the interstate system? Okay. But yeah, like, hold on. So here is, get out of here. Here is, right, like there you go. So when you start to zoom in, you see these sorts of roads. So you've got your highway system, right? You got your highways that connects everything, and then you zoom in, and then there's this perfect grid, right? And then sometimes depending on the topography, it had to change. And then you've got like little residential roads that come off it. And this is very, very, very classic in like large rural areas, right? So you have, again, like a city, and then outside of the city, the highways connect them. Sometimes a highway goes diagonally and stuff like that. You can see how the highway then goes into this road. That might actually be a train. Yeah. You can only do that on really flat land. I mean, it's kind of perfect, but this is the prairies. But like, even if we go into, like, here we have it right next to the mountains, right? Oh, kind of ends. Well, 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 if it isn't my old friend topography. You've never seen roads like this before. Interesting. And I've heard this is very common in like large parts of the States as well. Let's go. Where are we? Welcome to Montana. So here you have another road then. It respects the topography a little bit there. Maybe the states don't do this much. Maybe this is just something I experienced when I was in the country roads. Maybe this is not an America thing. A little bit. Like you have some of these roads here. Those are very, very weird to Europeans. That's fair. Go to North Dakota. Sorry, where's Dakota? There we go. North Dakota. So Dakota's got a little bit of it going on, right? Yeah, look at that. When you zoom in, see? Now, maybe that's because these are plots of land that people have purchased. But like, look at this, right? And you can see it starts to change a little bit because of the topography. This is what I'm talking about, right? Like, the spacing of here is even. So there's definitely parts. There's plots, and then there are spots where the plots kind of change from the topography, right? Like you can see around here, right? You're like, okay, neat. Boo. So anyways, that's what we're trying to do here. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to use the, what is this called? Map tiles as a rough indicator as to where those would go. So the only issue is I can't actually remember what that's called, but I've definitely heard the name before, you know? All right. So down here, now that we've purchased this is where we want our water treatment facility to go. And I'm pretty excited for this. We don't need a huge one, but the first thing we need to do is we need to unlock it. So let's go ahead and unlock the water treatment plant. And the reason for this, no more poopy water. No more poopy water, chat. Only you can prevent poopy water. So one of the things that we are going to have to do eventually is we're going to have to connect this to the grid. But that'll come later. So first things first, we have our wastewater treatment facility. And it also has a bunch of assets that are connected to it. Oh, this could also be just in the middle of the land, but I kind of like putting it on this sort of this peninsula here, right? So it's there. And then it looks like it has a couple of roads that want to attach to it. So let's use an alleyway for that. And then we can maybe turn this into a little bit of an industrial park too, which might be kind of cool. Ooh, neat. All right, next thing we want to do is we want to really make sure that this land is flat. Wait, it is flat. Before we start adding the assets to it, because it's kind of a pain to fix after the fact. So we want to have this extra processing tank. Also because I think that looks good. So what we're going to do here is I actually want this sort of this riverside road to be our connector. And let's just do a continuous complex road here. And let's see if we can't. See if we can't just connect this all up together, right? Can I do a simple curve to connect these two? 180, please. There. And now what that'll do is that'll also connect up our water and power and everything to it. And maybe on what we can do here is we can have this be a highway that connects through it. Has Cities Skylines 2 had any major performance updates? Yes, significantly. I'm playing the game at high graphics right now, and I'm having like none issues. So I think what we do now is we actually just delete this. Now, this is going to be very expensive for us because we spent a bunch of money. But that's okay. Let's go. So there are a couple of other things we could do. Oh, hold on. The U.S. was subdivided using the Public Land Survey System in 1785, but there doesn't really seem to be a name for the road system. Thank you. Ooh, maybe it's Jeffersonian. Maybe it's Jeffersonian roads. Maybe? So Thomas Jefferson Land Ordinance in 1785 laid out the as yet unconquered lands to the west in perfect grids to make it easier to sell plots to farmers. This logic also applied to lands. Maybe it is the Jefferson grid. Neat, thank you. Doesn't feel safe to go at night with all the hashtag crime. What are you talking about? All right, so the next thing that we want to do is we want to buy a couple more of these lots, and I want to start putting some industry or some farmland out here. So I should be able to see where the good land is. Natural resources. Ooh, interesting. So our land fertility isn't actually even everywhere. And one of the areas that has a high amount of fertility, ironically, is this little industrial park that I wanted to make. That's really funny. So why don't we just start here? You know? It's kind of meant to be. So once again, we want to bring this road out. And then we want to respect the topography. Hey, Trio, thank you for 321 biddies. Create a city's town with a population of 1. Get a complaint about crime. You're not wrong. You know what? Let's just do this. So trying to come up with some like interesting roads that come off all of this as well, you know? So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get large amounts of planning sort of all out of the way at once. There we go. It's kind of neat. The Jeffersonian grid has a number of hits on Google, so it's probably the term you're looking for. Awesome. Thank you. All right. So now that this is looking good, and then where did I have that in relation to? Just on the outside of the grid. Okay, that's why we don't have a road there. Let's start making some little farmland here. So this is going to be probably a highway. So this is going to be an arterial and then a collector. And let's start making a little road off the side here. So here, we're going to do this. And this is probably way too big for one farm, right? Grain farming. Yeah. So we want a couple of these. So maybe we want some local roads off this. You know what? Let's do that. Let's go back to these alleys. Actually, I want these all to be country roads. I think that'll be way cooler. Country road, take me home to the place where I belong. Any West Virginians in the chat? West Virginia, Mountain Mama. And actually something else that we want to do out here. Let's get a little farmhouse, right? There. And so we've left lots of room around the outside so we can plant trees and put in a fence and stuff like that. Is that my first greed, death, and enshrouded? Ooh, over-greeded for the salt. You love to hear it. I mean, that looks kind of cute, right? And then we want to make a couple more of these. So this is going to be all livestock, or pardon me, all wheat, because we don't have to worry about too much otherwise. There we go. I'm learning how this tool works now. Oops, I went too close to the road there, didn't I? Yeah, Definitely did. Back it up. Back it up. There we go. See, I'm trying to make like a little farmhouse here right next to it. I don't know. I think that's kind of cute. Do trees reduce land fertility? I hope not, but I'm going to do decorative trees regardless. And then sort of the other service buildings, I wonder if this is too far away. I was hoping I could do stuff like there's a special road service building that you make, the road maintenance depot. I was thinking of putting it out here as well. And they help with things like car accidents and the rest, you know? I feel like this curve needs to be smoothed, like significantly. Much better. Yeah, that's a little too wobbly. Little too wobbly. The road's doing its best. Oops. And you know what? We respect that. Yeah, I definitely feel like I want more in here that isn't just all natural resources. Oh, I could be playing with this unpaused, by the way. I don't need this to be paused. We could be continuing to move stuff here. So these are going to level up. These are going to be huge employers. He says, look at that. 22 employees. I want to divide this up again. I don't want it to be perfect squares too much. Maybe I do. Maybe this is fine actually. Because it looked all right before, right? And then what if I do something like this? Is that all in the agriculture area? That road's too thin. Oh, yeah, we way outside now anyways. Actually, let's see where the border is to the agricultural land, right? So it's about here. So let's do this instead. There we are. And then we'll delete that road. Doesn't this game have like serious issues? What does that mean? What does serious issues mean? All right, let's get a couple little farmhouses out here. Just do the one there. Reports of save corrupting. I have not personally experienced that. Yeah, how long ago were those reports? So they've been working on this game for a while now. So something I cannot see. Oh, something I can see. Amazing. I can actually see the edge of the agricultural zone. Hello? I need to turn snapping off for this, that's for sure. I could do 90-degree snapping, but I don't think I want any other snapping on. What is happening here? Why? Oh, interesting. Okay, I need to put this more central. Oh, I can't move it. All right. I think it's free to place, so that's fine. It needs to be within the circle. Yeah. Yeah. So now when I hover it, you can see it covers the whole area. Ah, I understand. So reading the tooltip explains the tooltip. What a novel concept. Ah, whatever, that's fine. Probably want to stop about there. There we are. And that's sort of, I like that it's got a bit of an angle, and you're like, what's going on there? Well, the soil isn't as soilable? Arable? What's the word you're looking for? What's the farmer talk there? What's that word mean? Arable works? Ah, nice. So that goes to, once again, we're going to go to there. I like the idea of sort of respecting that. Nope. Sorry, let's just connect that because it gets confused otherwise. Hey, Gisap, thank you so much for using your Prime here, friend. And that is a tremendous milestone. You have just unlocked the Netherite Bean. Friends, can we get some hearts in chat? That is a big, big, big milestone. And I'd love if we could celebrate it together, you know? Feels like I could go all the way this way still. Yes, sure can. Oh, interesting. That road is not quite a perfect 90 degrees. You know what? That's fine. Thank you for the 48 months. Dang, friend. So what do you think? What do you think of our little farm area? Now, I'm really confused as to why that is not meeting our industrial demand. Let's take a look at our production. Well, I think I found the issue. And one of the big issues is that we actually need a lumber industry. How very interesting. Now, you can plant lumber industry just by planting trees. So you can see we have a little bit here, we have a little bit here, we have a little bit there. And then this is oil, I believe. Water, oil. I don't have any ore. No, it says there is ore. I just don't know where it is. What a weird map. Think you just put lumber anywhere? Well, again, you want the density of trees to help out, right? So this is another area where we could have crops. And we'll get there. And by the way, isn't this so cute? Like, isn't this just great out here? You know what I want to do? I also want to do something like this. Because I think this makes sense. I think this tells a little bit of a story. A little bit of a story of a road. How you doing, Insane Cat? I think you need warehouses. I don't think you can explicitly make warehouses. I don't think warehouse is a building that exists. If you have a train station or a plane station, you can make storage at those facilities to hold more of it. But for stuff like this, you don't. In Cities 1, in the industry stuff, things had sort of a different layout, a different breakout of things that you could do, where you'd have to build special industry buildings inside of it, but I don't think that's the case here as much. So the idea in here is going to be more suburbs. And something that we could do actually. So we could continue this road for a bit. What is the red water? The red water is poop. We used to have a poop dispenser there. And then one of the things that we've done is we spent a bunch of money to make a wastewater treatment facility way out here for the poop. Now, how many people work here? 70 people work here. Okay, we need a parking lot. If we have people that are driving this far, we need a place for them to park their cars. One, two, three, four, five. So we're going to assume that this facility actually works way more people than we can see it currently. So for that, what we're going to do is we're actually going to put in 2 parking lots. Like this. And then we can decorate them up later on. So this is just going to make it look like it's got a little bit more gravitas. I'll leave a little bit of room there so we could do some decorations around the outside. Maybe a little place to get lunch. This might be the sort of place that they have to brown bag. Oh, right. And then we want to make this parking free. I know you say 70 people work there, but like, how many people do you think actually work at a water treatment facility plant, right? Ooh, actually, I don't have any points left. I was going to say we should maybe try unlocking some power. And I would love to get a geothermal, but we're probably going to have to wait for the next upgrade. It'd be really cool if out here there was I don't think we can see it yet. I'm hoping that there's thermal somewhere, right? Like a geothermal thing. Because it'd be perfect if we could do it out there or maybe near our industrial area. Hey, look, fire. Boo, boo. Woo, boo. Now, can't help but notice that I have 3 houses on fire. And they have deployed and fire truck and singular fire truck. To which I ask myself, why? Okay, 2 of them worked. Now, I'm going to laugh so hard if by the time we get around there, if the fire spreads back over here. Right? Can I not build it because of the fire? Oh, it's on fire. Okay. Fair. You know what, game? Fair. Touché. Think I tried to do a wildfire? I turned off natural disasters. So no wildfires. No... No wildfires, no nothing. Maybe I could get a 3x3 there. Let's go. Not enough nearby customers. How dare you? Did all of these just not go to the back? That's fine. All right. Let's do a little bit more medium density really quickly here just to meet some of this demand. Oh, look at this. Hey, let's go. Our parking lots are doing something. But you didn't turn off Snurge, and they are a natural disaster of their own. That's fair. You're thinking maybe the firefighters are keeping themselves employed? They have 100% uptime if they never actually deal with the fire? Ooh, true though. My pharmacy. So once again, my businesses are complaining about not enough customers. The company is struggling due to a lack of customers. I thought I did a pretty good job of putting down businesses in areas of fairly remarkable density, but I guess not. But anyways, you can see we've been working up there on that area. We've got our road system that's connecting. I do think this is kind of cute, although I do kind of wish, especially if that's going to be a highway, I do kind of wish this would just wrap around. Maybe I can still do that. Hold on. Hold on. Kind of love that, gonna be honest. That one, maybe not so much. No, you were perfect. Maybe it's fine. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just a slight shift out of nowhere. You're right. It still does have that, doesn't it? Ah, it does. Okay. No, we're fixing this. I refuse. You deserve better, chat. You deserve better. I deserve better. So if you're curious why I make these weird little nubby roads, it's because when you go to delete a section of road, it grabs like a whole big old node thing. So what I'm doing is I'm introducing a node to it. And then I'm deleting up to that point. I'm deleting up to that point and then connecting everything between it. What's up, the dog? Welcome on in. So that looks kind of cute, right? Hello, free power. What's up? Welcome. All right, so that's looking fine. That's maybe a little lumpy, but I think respecting the highway there makes sense. So I think I want all of this to be suburbs, just more of this. We're gonna wait until that naturally dilutes. But maybe before that, we're supposed to make this timber industry, right? And I got some good stuff over here. Let's look at our natural resources again. So that's agriculture. This is ore. Oh, that's all ore. We can make a big old ore quarry there. That's really interesting. And if we continue in this direction, we've got some timber right here. So maybe we just make this a big timber area. The new alignment stuff is nice, but just too snappy. You can control it a fair amount. So let's buy a couple more nodes here. And by nodes, I mean map tiles. And then once again, let's put down these, what we call them? Jeffersonian roads? Is that the term we were going to use, friends? And then we want that to be about here. And then let's respect the forest. Map tiles are much smaller. Yeah, but you buy them much more frequently. They're way cheaper, Gishap. Still trying to fill your first beginning map tiles? Oh, I hope you're having fun. All right, once again, they're all complaining. Good. I'm just going to stop giving them commercial. They're all complaining about industry right now, so let's get into there, right? So now, this should all be a big old forestry area, right? So what we want to do now is maybe we actually just turn this one right now. It doesn't quite center, but that's okay. Actually, no. What we do is we turn off snapping, and then we just do that right in the very center of this road here. We make a little wooden road. And we'll continue it out into here. And let's make another type of industry, which is forestry industry. And let's just grab, well, all of it. We'll go up to the, we'll go like that. So now what does that tell us? 104% efficiency. Soft ends. I would prefer to name it soft ends. I don't know why, but that makes me happy. Hey, Soleil Samir, thank you so much for the 5 months, friend. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome. So there you go. We got a little bit of timber industry now. I was going to call it timbistry. Couldn't leave it alone. Boo. All right. So currently, look at that. We're already at a huge surplus. We were importing 8 tons of lumber. And now we have a surplus, which is great. I think we have a pretty huge surplus of grains currently, but that's all right. So something we could do in these tiles that currently aren't being used for farmland is we could put agriculture on them, right? So I believe, not agriculture, animal husbandry. What's the animal business called, chat? Livestock? Livestock. We could put livestock on these. So we're going to maybe tell the story here. Oops, I can't. I think I got too close. There we are. Maybe tell the story here of like somebody else maybe owned a chunk of this land. Where's the road? The road's there. Right? So like why that corner isn't being developed for anything. And then we can go right up to the corner here, which is kind of cool. Just have to back it off from this road. I can't quite see the road there at all. Oh, I want to go in around this side too, still. Okay, so we're there. And now we're like... Bring this back just a little. Hello? I was just like, where is that node? There. There. Oh, not quite. So in the animal business, apparently they add way more buildings. Now those don't quite line up, but that's okay. Yeah, like look at this. In the farm one, it's just all random farming, but over here they're adding, I don't know, milk tanks. So what do we got there? We got pigs and horses in the same pen. Chaos. And then we've got chickens. And then we've got more chickens. And then a couple more horses. Wow. Grunke. Apparently this is an orc family. An orc family owns this particular one. I just want to move this node ever so slightly. There we go. See, I like how it fills in that space. I still can't believe how much industrial demand we have. Would we be considered ancient times for War 40,000 people that reincarnate? Can they reincarnate in the past? That sounds more like a transmiguration. What's that word called? Oh, grün is German for green. I don't see how it makes it better, though. I mean, I'd like it if my agricultural area was referred to as green something. So I still have a lot more demand for medium density housing, and I still have a lot of demand for people to shop at my businesses, which is a problem. I want to just keep focusing on zoning and stuff, but I don't necessarily want to just ignore the plight of my people. But I'm also really, really having fun approaching the game the way that we're approaching it today. You know? Transmigration, yeah! Transmigration allows them to end up back in the past. So there's two things. I also want to make sure that people can move into the city when they're ready to do so. Because nothing else is going to grow without more people. So we need people demand. But also, like, I want this to go away. This bothers me so much. You know? I want to zone all this right away. I also want to do the suburbs here. I also want to make like one more farm field up here. It'll be another. All right, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. One more farm just to fill this out. It's going to be more animals, right? It's going to be more animals. So we're going to go like this. We're going to put a farmhouse or two on here. $130. Wow, man, the day is flying. And we want to put livestock here again. So you have to make a second node there. The way it bends, because it has to bend around the road, right? So then we need to put a node here and a node here. And then start with this one. And make another one there. And then pull this one in. Oops. Pull these in until it's close enough. To get around the road. Pull that down. Why is that 90 degrees? 90 degrees. You know what? Whatever. That's fine. I accept that you're a 90 degree node. I accept and respect your 90 degrees. Except when I do that, you don't respect. Yes! All right. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's perfect. Okay, so now we go to here. Look at that. Oh my God. Bam. It's a going theory that the soul isn't necessarily affected by time, so past reincarnation is possible. Really? But then you lose your memories or whatever. So one of the things that I'd like to think of with this is the wind direction. And so farmers, especially after the Great Depression, would put wind up to block it from a certain direction to prevent erosion. So I'm thinking we would put in rows and trees. It's not going to follow the entire outline. It's going to be just in the direction that the wind comes from. And remember, the wind blows towards the coast, right? So we're going to have trees here, and then probably just on this side of the road and this side of the road. I don't have access to cosmetic fences like we did in Cities 1. That was something that they added a little bit later. I still have just incredibly high industrial demand. Maybe it's time to make a second sort of smaller industrial park right in here. You know what? I'm going to do that. Let's just try and meet this industrial demand. We'll meet it head on. And we're going to kind of end in a cul-de-sac here. Okay, really quickly, we don't want any of the roads, any of the buildings to snap to the roads here. So we're going to come in like that, and then we're going to start placing down. Let's go for the big factories first. Do we have any room for any 6x6s? 1, 2, wait, maybe over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 6. That's 2 lots. That's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do a 5x6 there. We could do a 6x6 here for sure. And then we also want to put in some parking. Put in some parking there. The first one was a 6x5. Interesting. So this is a little bit frustrating. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to restrict on this side just to see if I can't get, there we go. If I can't get one big lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. How big is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sure. There we go. Awesome. And we're going to use that for maybe some industrial. Actually, you know what that could be? We said we wanted like a little spot maybe for some like lunch and stuff like that. Let's make a little, just a couple of little, little places there, you know? They've got some road visibility. And we might want a little bit of business in here for people to be able to check stuff out. So let's actually make ourselves a walk here that connects up. Make this a little bit more walkable as well. We don't need our industrial area to be super walkable because again, well, it's an industrial area. So you got a parking spot there. Oh, right. And this is supposed to be free parking. Yeah, great. And that just services the whole industrial area, right? What's up, narwhals? Are we building the best, most efficient city ever? I hope so. Didn't I do that once and accidentally remove fertile land from all of the trees? That was in Cities 1, T and Troll OG. Maybe in Cities 2. I don't know. I hope not. So we got a parking spot there. That should be enough for this whole area. In theory, they could park nearby. And then I want to leave some room in here as well for some more office space too. There. So you can see our industry demand is dropping, and that in turn is allowing us to finally get a little bit of housing demand again. And they want some more density, and I'm not ready to add density yet. I don't think we've quite planned enough yet. And so I think what we want is another road here. Let's plan a big suburb, right? I want to take this sort of nice, loose suburban footprint, and I want to fill this whole area with it. And I think I want a little bit off of the highway as well. What are the various demand categories? Do you mean what do all the different colors stand for, or is there a different question? Let's put it about here. The light green is low density. The medium green is medium density. The dark green is high density. Blue is commercial. Yellow is industrial. And the non-existent purple bar is office demand. Did any of my office even fill? Yeah, we got a little bit of office demand here. So one of the issues with office demand is it's going to start wanting to request higher levels of education that I'm not quite ready to deliver on yet. Nice thing is this isn't quite a cul-de-sac. But this is still a little bit awkward. So let's do this first. I kind of want to go like here into here. Except we're going to curve it a little bit. There we go. And then I want it to exit here at a 90 degrees. At a 90 degree. There. Why are you giving me an 89? Oh, you're trying to snap to other stuff. How dare you? How dare you ever think to snap to other stuff? All right, so first thing we want to do is let's add some parks. So now we can start building these communities from the ground up, right? So we've got the small park. Oh my goodness, we're now a tiny town. Hey, congratulations, everybody. Big moment. All right, so let's add a park here. Let's add a... Actually, you know what I need to do? Let's first off, let's start restricting where we can build here, because we want to build into the suburbs. So let's start doing that. There we go. The other thing we can do is we could start to connect these communities via little path network, right? So this one, I actually kind of love the idea of doing this. We want to come from here and do that. And then we also want to come from here and do that. Apparently I should just do that in one big motion. Once we get to 2,000, we get our own house. Was that in like SimCity 2K? Is that what that was from? All right. And then we've got these beautiful little small playgrounds that we're just going to put all over the place here, right? So we got a large playground. We've got a small playground. We've got some paths that connect that. You know what? I want to put a path right here between these houses. I think this will be kind of cute. There. Connects that park. All right, let's start getting some houses in here now. And again, we're going to vary up the sizes of the lots. Put a couple of bigger houses in here. Oh, and then we'll do a couple smaller ones there too. What do you think of these new little suburbs that we've been doing? This is something I've never tried before. Are you digging the vibe of them? Do you hate them? I'm really curious about your thoughts. Interesting. That blocks out all of that. Huh. Will my rent/land cost get super high with all of these parks? Is that a bad thing? Is that not desirable? But also we can supplement with low rent housing through density, right? So like maybe these places in the suburbs are a little bit more expensive, and we can do apartments in the city later on if we really want to focus on density, right? The other thing we're going to do once this is all done is we're going to plant a ton of trees in here. To really sort of sell this, you know? Try and make these as walkable as possible. Will the poo water eventually go away? Yes, it should spread and disperse. I'm not a huge fan of how spaced out everything is, but I love the more non-standard shapes and the curves. So, I mean, the other issue is if you don't, you just get stuff that looks like this, right? And on the curvy roads, I think it looks weirder. I think deliberately adding space, and then once we add trees, it should really help sell the space, you know? You could try lollipop cul-de-sacing those ends. I tried earlier in the stream, Square.cube. You have to hand draw the cul-de-sacs, otherwise they don't work. And I gave up. If I'm perfectly honest, I gave up. Right. So we're talking about maybe getting some low rent housing. So right here near the shopping district, we could put a little apartment building here, and I want to make it very small. Otherwise they get way too tall. Now that one building should match all of the demand that we have. Because again, we only have a population of 1,800. So look at this. One 3x3. Boo! Did I try roundabouts? Roundabouts don't allow you to build, they don't have zoning after it. So here, let me demonstrate. So if you build a road, and then you put a roundabout at the end of the road, you'll see that it actually removes buildable tiles. So you can't use a roundabout as a cul-de-sac specifically because it doesn't let you put nodes around it. It doesn't let you build off of it. Not much value in the walkability if there's no commercial mixed in. They can walk to the parks. So there's at least some value in the walkability because they can access some of the services that are in there. We don't necessarily have it fully locked in yet, but at some point we might. I think I want to put one more path that connects like this. You'd figure since people have been saying since early City Skyline 1 they want cul-de-sacs with zoning, right? Oh my god. No kidding, eh? All right, can I do this without destroying any houses? Signs point to yes. It's a little wonky, but that's okay. Do I like that better than this? No, that's where the park is. So I think people would definitely want to get to the park. How about some pedestrian crossings on the roads? Where are you worried about pedestrian crossings? How you doing, Storm God? So the only time I'd ever want a pedestrian crossing is if I need... I don't think there's any place they need to cross the roads there, to be honest. So like here, maybe, but they could walk down to that one. None of these developers ever lived in the suburbs? Maybe. Wait, that high density demand dropped to 0 a minute ago? Yes. And now it's back. I don't know. We'll get there. Even better, your intestines curled into a ball this morning. You haven't been able to fully rest up yet. I mean, in the TMI department probably, but I have been just so belly sad the past couple days. I've just been, it has been a rough day being Surge. Okay, well, our industrial park is not doing great here, but I do think I want to preserve this industrial park, and I also think I want to connect this road into here. So let's do 2 more goals for today. One, I want to connect this major road into this major road, and I guess maybe I'll put a traffic circle where the two of them meet so that we get some zoning. And then we're going to turn this area here into a local services. Specifically, I want to get a road maintenance depot. I'm so sorry. And a park maintenance depot here. And I think the way the city is going to continue is our city is going to grow down in this direction towards the rail. And away, counterintuitively, away from the ocean. And then we're going to fill this area with farmland, which should look very pretty. And our industry is going to stretch down here towards the train. Because our wind direction makes it a little bit awkward to build like this, right? Because we have our industry here. Am I getting poopy wind onto our food there? Maybe a little. Because I don't have any current, will the poop blob disappear? It should. Specifically because it should disperse, right? It should, instead of getting pushed in a specific direction, it should just even out. Is the hope. Water availability and our sewage treatment is still fine. Oh, let's check how our school is doing. What's the enrollment at our elementary like? We should probably boost the budget here a little bit then. But we're finally profitable. I'm not going to bother touching the office tax just because we don't have a lot of people there yet. I do love this little industrial park. Okay, so first things first. First things first. How do I want to connect in these roads? You know what? Maybe I make it closer. Maybe I make this where this one connects, right? Maybe we do a 90-degree turn here and then have that be where those roads end. Because I don't think it makes sense for it to happen any lower down. And that gets us a nice, clean way into our industrial area. And then maybe we also upgrade this road to be arterial. So we've got our highway. And then we've got artery number 1. We've got artery number 2. And then eventually this is going to be upgraded into a local highway. And then this is sort of just a like a nice little scenic local road, right? You know what? Sure, let's do it. So in order to do that, I need to go from here to there. And then we need to upgrade this road like that. And then I don't actually have traffic circles unlocked yet. And you know what? This is currently not a problem. Not a problem. Is there specialty industry zoning in this game? Like industry of only certain types? Yep. So for example, over here, this is agriculture. This is animal husbandry, aka, shoot, what's that called? Livestock. We've got forestry over here. And if we look at our other industry map, our natural resources, we've got ore here, we've got oil here, we've got stuff all over the place. So anyways, we've got this now, which I'm pretty excited about. So I wanted to make 2 different types of city services in here. The first thing we need is the road services building. The road maintenance building. And let's put it over... Let's put it over here a little. And we're going to put it off the road. Now, how big are you? And where do the roads want to connect? Looks like they want to connect at about this side. Okay. So let's put it there. Let's ask ourselves some questions. If I want to upgrade it, okay, we upgrade it just right on top. That's okay. How many employees do we want? Only 10 employees. Wow. Okay, that's fine. So we want to go like this. See, I don't know why, but I'm really enjoying spacing stuff out a little bit further. And this will give us some room to do some neat decorations. We could maybe put something interesting in the space later on, like a natural park. Because this is like a city services building, right? So our roads have needed a little bit of upkeep for a while now. So hopefully that's all right. Oh yeah, how's my landfill doing? Stored garbage. Oh, that's not too bad. Lowers ground pollution produced by the landfill. That's okay for now. Ooh, maybe later on. Probably not over there. We'll need to think of another area for just like a large industrial area. We could do a garbage processing facility over there. That'd be fun. Now I do realize I did the exact same thing here and here. So suddenly I don't look that unique. I don't look that creative. But I know I want to upgrade this to being an arterial road. And if that's the case, I probably want to take this road and go like this. Well, that's unfortunate. I tried to preserve that building. Whatever, rebuild. Wait, really? Oh my goodness. Sorry, 1 second, please. There we are. Actually, something I'm realizing a little bit late right now is I probably want all of these roads to be the same length. There we go. All right. Anyways, what I wanted to do now is I wanted to upgrade this. There we go. What happened to you? No! So really, if I get rid of this, that building dies? Do you like the spacing between the buildings? So in large industrial areas, you need extra turning space. And I haven't done a great job of this by making them too close, but big trucks need a lot of space in order to turn and get into them. And also a lot of industrial areas leave a lot of space between buildings for expansions, right? Like oftentimes they own a much larger footprint than they have there. Like these areas are zoned with that in mind. Also, I'm really happy with how much use these parking lots are getting. Parking is something I typically ignore in my playthroughs. Okay, so we're going to make a couple of roads here. Not quite sure why these are not. Nope. There we go. Oh, I understand. I had the wrong road selected. That's why. Ha, neat. There we go. Okay. So now we've got our arterials figured out. You know what? I think I'm okay with that being a traffic light. So this is done. We got our road maintenance. You know what? I'm actually going to upgrade this right now just because it looked like we were having trouble maintaining all of our roads. And we're going to put our park management building in this area as well. And I think I want it to be in this spot. Hey, what's up, J Crane? So under parks, we have our park maintenance depot. Oh, that's not a very big building at all. What if I just put that here? Nah, let's move it back a bit. Parks and recreation. So if I put it, let's say here. It wants to be attached to the road here. Oh, that looks so bad. Why is it trying to build upland? You know what? I'm just gonna snap you to the road. I'm sorry, building. I shouldn't have thought for myself. I apologize. There we are. But it kind of looks like the road wants to continue. But give me a second here. So extra garage. Oh, that does go to the side. And then supply shed. Okay, that goes on top of it. So that's kind of interesting. So what if I put that back there? Does that make it look like it deals with those roads? If we build that right now, I don't really think I needed that, but that's good to know. It's one of those death intersections. It's not a death intersection. It's got a traffic light. Electric Claire, I thought you'd be proud of me. I have made this city so walkable. This is like the most walkable city I've ever made. And here you are accusing me of a death city. All right, let's put a save in now. And I want to go for about another hour. And for now, I just want to focus on making it pretty. That's all. I just want to focus on making it pretty. So the first thing I want to do, oh, I never actually made that other suburb. That's okay. The first thing I want to do is I want to start planting a bunch of trees. So let's go to landscaping, which is here. Let's go to vegetation, and I should be able to place multiple at a time. So what kind of trees do we have here? We've got oaks and spruce. So let's plant a bunch of oak and a bunch of spruce. So all through these communities here, lots of oaks and lots of spruce. Okay, that's the spruce. Let's get some oak going. And now an interesting thing about cities is the trees are all planted as babies. And as the game progresses, they slowly grow, which is really quite cool. So specifically on these trees, you could see how old the road is based on when the trees were planted. Oh, and speaking of which, I should upgrade these so they all still have trees on them. Hey, we're walking here. That's right, Joe. So this is another good walk road. And then similarly, we want to extend these trees down this way. So the trees do two things. One, they greenify, and two, they prevent people from parking on that road, which I'm excited about. I like your low density area that you're planning. Thank you. Does the poop go away? I don't know. We'll find out together. So another thing that we want to do specifically here is we want to do a little bit of landscaping around the school. So for that, I actually want to remove the trees. So remove matching type. So is this the removal brush? Hold on. So I want to remove spruce. That's spruce. That's spruce. What am I doing wrong here? I'm planting more trees. Oh, right click. Right click to unplant tree. Okay. What are you? You're an oak tree. Okay. I do kind of like those big oak trees. So let's get rid of these really quickly here. All right. Now. So there is a mod you can get that allows you to plant stuff like this, and maybe I'll look into it. There isn't official mod support yet, but there is mods for cities. And there's one that I've seen that allows you to drag and plant trees without having to do this. Which, goodness, would that ever make me happy? Because imagine how much faster this would be, right? Maybe we'll check it out. So I kind of like that on the one side. Now for the school here. Put some spruces out front, you know? Perfect spacing. And what are the things that I'm really going to try and do? Oh my God, Amy. Amy. Hi, friend. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome to some Cities Skylines 2. We're having a good time. Oh, yo. I think something went wrong. I don't believe there's a world in which Amy only rated me with 9 people. But that, you know what? That's fine. So it be. So it goes. All right. How can I make this space a little bit cuter? I love the spruce there. That's not quite enough, though. What if I angled it? What if this was the spruce? I don't know. You think it split things? Hey, go follow Amy. Amy's one of my favorite people. She's such a delight. Put a big old smile on your face if you are a fan of Magic the Gathering. So I like those trees. I don't think they're enough yet. And I wanna put some stuff around this parking lot as well. I'm trying to figure it out. But yeah, welcome. Hope you're having a cozy day. Oh, maintained flower bush. So what if we put some flowers on the way into the school here, right? Yeah, digging that. That's a lot of parking altogether. Well, this parking is for the school. This is for teachers. And this is for... Wow, this did not quite turn out how I thought it was going to turn out. This is supposed to be like a little shopping center / mall that we were making. So there's parking, like you come off the road. There's lots of visibility there. You come off the road, you look at this, and you think to yourself, hey, that's not too bad. And this shopping center is supposed to service like this whole suburban area. And it, it turned out looking a little different than I was hoping it would. You know? I don't quite know how to fix that. Hello? That was profoundly odd. What was that road? You want medium density commercial? Maybe. I think this is what I wanted. It just looks weird. We'll figure it out. Okay. So we want other things along these. We need to decorate these parking lots because they're not very pretty right now. This is a little walking path here as well. So let's make this bushes again. Goodness. So maybe next time we play Cities, I'll investigate some of the new mods you could check out. The new mod manager that everybody is all hyped for is called like Thunderbird or something like that. Does that sound familiar to anybody? That's the new hotness. And one mod in particular, I'm going to need to go to the City Planner Plays video and grab grab the list of mods that he uses. Maybe Thunder Store? That sounds more right. Yeah. One mod, 10,000% I'm going to grab is the one that allows you to drag and place trees. Because I could just do brah and it'd be done. Right? God, that'd be so much faster than this. Especially if you like to do like lots of manicured landscaping like we're doing. Then that would make us so much happier. Thunderbird is the Mozilla Firefox client. Okay, it's definitely Thunderstore then. Another cool thing that the thing allows you to do, great English surge, is you can do something like this, right? So let's say we want to put down a big oak and then a big oak there. Then what you can do is you can grab cultivated, bush number 2. Bush number 2 is too big. Flower bush? Sure. And make like perfect circles around stuff. You know what I mean? Like what if we just drew... I'm not one of those artists that can just sit there and draw a perfect circle, right? But imagine if that was a perfect circle. Anybody listening to nu metal these days? Sorry, just a little 90s joke there for y'all. So like that's cute, right? You know, honestly, that worked out all right. Let's do it over here too. This is the mod you want. Thunderstore Line Tool Light. Electric Claire, I love that you are my local modded expert for everything cities. Almost certainly. All right, where'd my oak tree go? So let's try and line that up. So again, we want that about central and about central. And we're going to do the cultivated flower bush around it again. You haven't even played this game? Well, then how are you so good at this? Explain yourself. If you haven't even played this game, how do you know? Google? Don't lie to me, Milk. See? Look how cute that is. I think I need one more bush right there. So I believe we were doing cultivated bush the first. Oh, I love that. Okay, now I need to do some stuff on the sides of these trees. I was using spruce before. And what I really want to do is I want to match it to the local surrounding trees, right? So we got oak trees. We got alder trees. Alder might grow too tall. What are you? You're a baby oak tree. Oak, alder. What other trees do we got here? Oak, pine. Pine's going to get too tall. Maybe we'll put some apple trees. Apple trees are a good size. So this is about the rhythm that I want to start doing for these. Ooh, I can't put it on this side though. You know what? That's fine. We'll just put them on the outside. I want to play. I want to do about in the 6-hour stream. I want to spend like a good chunk of it sort of planning and then a good chunk of it executing. And then sort of at the very end, do a little bit of prettiness. Because I do tend to get, this is going to surprise some of you. I do tend to get distracted. You know, every now and then. I don't love how these buildings look. So what I think I'm going to do here, I'm going to pause for a second. And I'm actually going to just try rezoning this just to see if I can't make it a little bit prettier. Some of my trees are crooked. I will punch you into the sun. How dare you? My trees are perfect. Wow. Surge, some of your trees are crooked. I think I can get away with one more apartment building here. That was the most aggressive response. I'm working so hard on these trees. And you dare come in here and tell me they're crooked? Nah. How dare you? So I like the idea of some manicured trees and then some unmanicured trees. And I think that's about where I want to go for now. Oh my God, that whole line of trees is crooked. If you look at it from above. Also, what's going on here? What's going on there, bud? So yeah, I really wanted this shopping plaza to kind of be a thing. And I don't know if it's quite going to scan. What I really want is a mall asset, right? That'd be pretty cool. Oh, I never made the Rock Musicians Mansion. You know what? If I keep this going to suburbs, maybe one of the big houses will be the Rock Musicians Manor. It's the little crooked imperfections that make it perfect. Oh, thank you, Couch Boy. Oh, no. What's wrong, Florence? Oh, wait. So this is an excellent opportunity to rezone. Good stuff. So they're complaining. This is perfect. Let's use this as an opportunity to rezone. Let's introduce some density into here, right? So very important. We have to remove the alleyway, or else they're going to grow in a stupid direction. So now that that's there, we can put this in. And then now that all of those are built, we can reintroduce the alleyway. Otherwise, there's a chance that some of these buildings would come in facing the alleyway, and we don't want that. Hello. All right. What are some other places that needed some character? You're complaining about tax. You're complaining about not enough customers. You know what? Sorry, just really quickly. Really quickly. I know I said I wasn't going to be doing any more housing right now, but let's... Oh, that's bad. Really? For low density? I mean, the game probably knows what it's talking about. Which there's some kind of key combination that could put down a road, but doesn't adjust the zoning grid, right? Right? But I digress. I will not be adding any more commercial while my people continue to complain about not having enough customers. I think that is silly. All right. There is a little corner up here that I wanted to turn into a park, which is going to be this one right here. So same sort of thing that we're just looking at. Let's put a tree in the corner. I had a big old oak tree before. How did I do that before? How did I get a large oak tree? Or did I just think it was a large oak tree? Where was I? I was over here. I just thought it was a large oak tree. All right, well, the first thing I want is some paths. This is going to be a little walking park. Okay, next thing, we want more of those flowering cultivated bushes. Gonna put a little bit of space between them just so I can click my mouse about 17 times less. Needs a gazebo or something? We don't have access to those assets, unfortunately. So we're just gonna have to use our mind's eye and pretend that this is a park. We'll just have to accept that the park was in our heart all along, right? There we go. Really branching out with the landscaping. I hope you like it. The goal here is to just try and create interesting looking spaces, right? What of a small pond or water feature? We also don't have the tools for that, unfortunately. We're, I don't want to say we're really quite limited, but like in Cities 1, we had access to boulders, we had access to all kinds of like fun little assets that let us customize these spaces. Right, we could put like a food truck in, or a bench, or some garbages. I mean, I don't see rocks anywhere. Let me know. So there are also the dev tools. Like you can open up a dev console, and it gets you access to a bunch of other stuff that you can add. But I don't know how to do that. And that also, I don't want to say it's not definitely not cheating, but it's like, that's a little too intense, right? Like if I have to open up dev tools because it's not just built in with what we have so far, not quite there yet. I also don't know if the average player wants to sit down and manually place 500 bushes either, though. Like this might be... This might be a little bit beyond what they expected people to want to do. And that's okay. I don't know. Show of hands. How many of you, when you play a game like this, get into the weeds to this level? What's up, Long Rain? Welcome. Am I a deviant or is this relatable? It seems very zen. Man, Cities 1, one of my favorite things to do was we downloaded a mod that let us paint our own road lines. Do you remember how much fun we used to have on like highway overpasses? Doing like merge lanes and ooh. What are those triangular pointy lines called? Oh, beautiful. You should see your palea plot. Ooh. Chevrons. Oh, love me some chevrons. It's fun that this game lets you function on sort of the macro scale. Like large scale, I'm going to just draw a square and everything the light touches shall become houses. And also the micro scale of I'm going to place one bush every 3.2 inches. Where do we go from here? Can it let you macro in a line? No, unfortunately not free power. What that does is that plants a bunch of trees like so. You see all these saplings that we've planted? Speaking of which, I need probably more. They'll grow up. You feel bad for the landscapers that have to prune those trees? I mean, hold on. So there's the view from above. That's kind of neat. Speaking of decorations, I played the demo for Lightyear Frontier, and I think you'd like it a lot. Throw the demo for that in the Discord if you're already a member, SquareDoCube. I've got a video game suggestion area, and I would love to see it. So once again, I don't know why people are not moving in exactly to these houses. Oh, weird. You already did that? Thank you. I'll take a little peek. You're growing... Oh! So the reason they weren't joining is because the property was aligned to that lot. Whatever. Whatever, cities. You do you, friend. Okay. So I need to get some more trees into here. Because that, all as cute as it is, and maybe I could do one there, and one there. And then maybe one in the corner as well. I need some other stuff. So an oak tree is going to go here, as well as here. And then maybe one there as well. So surround those with the flower bushes. By the way, little circular things like this look so good in inside of traffic circles. If you have like a big green space inside of a traffic circle, ooh. A little bit of landscaping will take you a long way there. All right, so that's kind of cute. And now I think I just need some other trees. So what if I planted some spruce? Let me know if you think this is too busy or not. If I do that, then you can't see that. No, that looks fine. Especially if I go right from here. If I can get a 5th tree in, I think that'll look good. Ooh, could I get a 6th? No. I flew too close to the sun. Yeah, that's fine, right? Nice. There we go. And so I don't want too big of trees. I don't want to mess up the visibility there. So what we're going to do is we're going to stop them about here. Oh, please. No. Okay, fine. You know what? Let's just curve this then slightly. Let's do just a very light circle. You know what? I think that looks cute. Thoughts? And then I think this needs to be upgraded into some kind of city service building. I don't think I'm happy with that being a little splash of commercial. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to pause and we're going to unzone this. And then I don't know what is going to go there, but definitely not what we had there before. Let's see if I can unlock something a little bit interesting here. Communications, no. A large park, maybe. Welfare office. Maybe we could do something that looks kind of like a pretend city hall there. Let's see if that's too big. What is that under? Nope. That's too bad. I was hoping... no, we're not going to put the Rockstar's house there. I was hoping for something. Maybe we'll leave that for next stream. Something to fit there. But yeah, definitely those city blocks looked like they were off. Little park there is fine. All right, what's it? Oh, right. The last area that we really wanted to do some landscaping in today was actually over here in the farmland. Remember, we wanted some windbreaking trees here. We're going to use spruce. Wow. So I'm like, oh my God, the trees are going to be huge. And you actually zoom in and you see the trees. Oofa. All right, well, buckle up, everybody. So again, the goal here is to have trees come down and act as a windbreaker, right? Which is something farmers started doing, correct me if I'm mistaken, around the Great Depression. Is this why I left the gap? Yeah, also because I don't know, I didn't think it looked great if I didn't leave the gap. I do want to fix that. That triangle looks not great. Hello? There we go. Hedges have been a thing for centuries, but during the Dust Bowl, I mean, particularly the trees in this one, like this isn't a way to divide property lines. What this is mostly is a way to block the wind, right? To prevent erosion and to just sort of, just do some stuff like that. So what we're going to do is we're only going to put the trees on the windward side. And a reminder, the wind on this map goes basically towards the ocean. Oh. America and Canada had huge initiatives for it in the 30s, but they've been around much longer, for sure. I just remember hearing a lot about wanting to plant these windbreaker tree lines because of the Great Depression, because of the Dust Bowl portion of the Great Depression in particular. Feels like the Great Depression had a couple of things, but for whatever reason, the part that comes to my mind was giant. I grew up in the prairies, so maybe that's why that is. But like giant sections of farmland that was basically dead because of winds coming and like just ripping up the topsoil. And that was just because of really greedy farm practice earlier on that wasn't really sustainable. And I realized that the Great Depression was more than just like an agricultural nightmare. So here's a question. Do we follow the farmland or the road? I'm going to follow the road here. Franklin D. Roosevelt initiated the project in response to the severe dust storms of the Dust Bowl, which resulted in significant soil erosion and drought. Yeah. The Great Plains Shelter Belt was a project to create windbreaks in the Great Plains states that began in 1934. Yeah. There's also a Ken Burns documentary titled The Dust Bowl. That's excellent. I didn't know about that. Very cool. So let's follow the road here. You knew about the Dust Bowl. You didn't know anything about the tree planting. I think once again, the fact that I grew up in a very rural environment is starting to show. There's always these interesting moments when you kind of end up checking yourself, when you're like, yeah, this is a total normal thing that everybody experienced growing up, and you're like, no. Nah, dog, that was just you. I don't know, any other prairie kids in chat? If you drive around Alberta highways, you'll have wide open stretches where all that breaks up the landscape are those trees. That's exactly what I'm thinking about when I do this, you know? That's exactly what I'm thinking about. Is I'm thinking about these huge prairie stretches with just like random walls of trees every now and then. And a big part in Alberta for these trees is the mountains because of the Chinooks. So there's we were talking about this in Discord the other day. There's a fascinating weather phenomenon in Alberta that's called a Chinook, where mountain air from the ocean hits the mountains and then scoots over the top. And then right where the mountains hit the plains, the wind like supercharges and starts to go down and gets mega, mega, mega windy. And one of the side effects of that is 3 weeks ago in Alberta, it was minus 46 degrees Celsius. Cold enough, you know, you want an example of how cold that is. Cold enough that somebody took a picture of liquid propane. Think about that for a second. Liquid propane. The boiling temperature of propane is something like negative 43 degrees. And then 3 days ago, because of a Chinook, the temperature was positive 12 degrees Celsius. That is a 50-degree change. 50 degrees Celsius over 2 weeks. I don't want to chop that tree. I really want to get another tree in that gap. Maybe this is fine. Maybe we fudge it a little. Nah, you can see that that's off. Let's just do this. Yeah, look at that. Doesn't that look so much better? Oh, I love that. Here in New Zealand, they Anglo-formed huge belts of the southern island native plains with British gorse hedges and American pine to try and deal with very dry, windy plains. Interesting. That kicked off in the 1850s. And in the 1940s, they started swapping out the gorse for more pine and cypress from the States. Weird. Huh. You have those winds around the Alps as well. That's neat. I guess they don't call it a Chinook, but that's very cool. So the one downside is I can't do the tree belt on this road, but maybe it'll still look good enough if I just do it here. Let's start from the driveway and make our way backwards. The wind here is called the phone. That's very cool. So give me 1 second. Let's get distracted, chat. Let's get distracted together. So one of the amazing things in the area, in the Calgary area, is something that's called the Chinook Arch. And we're talking about like hundreds of kilometers across. But you get these like stunning photos. Like look at the clouds here. And that's the wind, again, coming down and then pushing all of the clouds back. So you get just these phenomenal photos. That's when you know you're having a Chinook. Like, look at this one from a plane. Right? Isn't that so cool? I'd assume that's just a regular weather front, but I guess it doesn't really move. Oh, just random dirt bike out here. You love it. You love to see it. When the Chinook breaks, does all the moisture dump onto the plains at once? I don't associate Chinooks with moisture. No. Let's do one more, maybe at an angle. Yeah, I like that. I like that. What in the... Oh my God! Look at this! Wait, this is really odd to me. Oh, yikes. So these are the agricultural fields. And these over here are the livestock fields. So why does the livestock field get so much animation, so much life into it, whereas this one doesn't, right? That's a little bit strange to me. But yeah, no, Chinooks aren't often about moisture. It's not like you get rain or snow right when they're done. Because typically what happens is the Chinook shows up and it dries all the snow out. Like all the snow that's gone. I believe, I can't remember if it's a poem or a painting, but there's a very famous piece of art in rural Alberta, which is about a cattle farmer who tried to predict that a Chinook was going to show up and melt all the snow. And so brought all their cattle out to try and get to there first. So they'd have a bunch of like ripe harvest in the middle of the winter. And the Chinook never happened. And then all their livestock died. It's kind of a morbid story. But the moral of the story there was you can't predict nature. Is that at all named about the indigenous people? I'm not sure. So there's another interesting thing in Canada, which is Chinook is also another word for a type of salmon. Americans call them king salmon, and in Canada they're called Chinook salmon. So I don't know again if that's because of what that has to do with. I don't know. Wow, this rural community even has, so you can tell that's not real rural. Real rural doesn't have garbage pickup. You're either burning your garbage, don't recommend that, or you're putting it in a pickup truck and you're driving it to the dump yourself. Just some wild deer hanging out here. Hello. Now that's relatable. All right, question. Do I put some trees here around this house, or do you just leave that as is? It's absolutely related to the peoples, basically directly like the salmon. Oh, thank you, Guitar Cat. Maybe some flower bushes? That'd be kind of cute. Sure. Let's plant another oak tree. Let's plant another oak tree right here. All right, and then we want to do this. Oh my goodness. I really need to get that mod. If I want to do this for all of these fields, all right, I've shown you what I want to do, right? I've shown you what I want to do. And I'm not doing the rest of these by hand. I just realized I'm not even halfway there. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my God. 5 more to do. Yeah, nah, dog. Nah. We're going to get that mod. And we're going to make my life so much easier for myself. Hey, Song, thank you so much for the 28 months. All right. Is this dispersing? Maybe. Maybe. Are my people still complaining about not enough customers? Absolutely. So I thought this was recognized as a bug that they were looking to fix. And I think that's definitely the case. Just throw a blanket over it and it'll go away. Yeah. I was kind of hoping I'd have more residential demand than I currently do. But maybe I'm gated by the lack of jobs from the lack of industry. I'm not entirely certain. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to start basically wrapping up here. And we're going to talk about sort of our city and our goals and how we see it growing. And I definitely want to try and tell a story with this, right? And we're telling the story of a small town that's growing. So far we've got a town that's growing along the highway, right? So as you get into town and you look at the zoning, we've got commercial sort of along the main street here, right? This is Main Street. The heart of the city right now is Main Street. Oh, it wasn't definitely not Cedar Street before. Elizabeth? No. You know what? Main Street and Joe Avenue. Let's remember Main Street and Joe Avenue. That's sort of the heart of the town. I don't know who Elizabeth is. I don't know why. The next name that popped into my mind is James. So our arterial roads are James and Joe. And we've got Main Street. It should also be an avenue. It should also be James Avenue. And so we've got a quiet little town with an elementary school kind of overlooking the harbor here. Right? And then we've got the development of a small industrial area as well as a services area here. So we've got the dump here so far. And we've also got like our road maintenance depot and our park maintenance depot. But we'll be adding more stuff to here later, right? We've got our little industrial and office area down here, which I'm a big fan of. So here's the offices. And then here's a little bit of... Nani? Very confused about that. A little bit of office down here. We've got these two little commercial things. Are they restaurants? What is this? It makes vehicles. That makes textiles. You know what? We're going to pretend that these are restaurants and gas stations. Then we've got our little shopping center. And if we ever get an asset that looks like a large shopping mall, absolutely are we ever replacing this? Because I wanted this to look like a little shopping center. And it doesn't quite look like it. It's getting a little bit better. Right? Which is why we put this density of parking here. But it's still not quite there yet. You know the other thing I might do? Let's try replacing this and just putting a pedestrian path the whole way. Maybe that'll make us feel better. Are you kidding? Rock Pusher. What's up, friend? Why? Rock Pusher, thank you for the 71. Can you believe? Actually, this is big for all of us. Can you believe? Next month, 72 months. That means I'll have been doing this for 6 years. That's wild to me. So maybe Beechwood is the problem. Maybe I'm supposed to delete this and then rebuild this road. Rock Pusher, thank you very, very much for gifting a sub to Joe. Appreciate that, friend. Did I fix this? Thank goodness. Doesn't look like connected there. Okay, well, since we made this, I'm going to add a little bit more bushes. You know what? No, I'm not going to add bushes. We're going to do that next time when we got the tool. We're going to continue these bushes right along here, and it's going to be beautiful. All right, I got mega distracted. So yeah, we want to tell the story here, right? And so goals for the next one are going to be continue to develop this light suburban neighborhood here. I really love this spacing. Oh, I love this. We probably want to upgrade this into a highway and then somehow connect it into the, why did it call the Victoria Highway? It was the Victoria Highway into Elizabeth Street. We've got some monarchists in the city. So yeah, this is going to be a sort of like a little local highway, which will be really interesting. I don't quite know how I want to deal with this, but we'll see. We'll see. We're going to continue to develop this area. I'm loving this little farming peninsula and stuff. And then, yeah, we're going to continue our city in this direction while continuing our industry in this direction, maybe working towards the trains. I don't think we're going to be on trains next time, but maybe sometime soon. Another issue is it looks like this train currently is just a giant cul-de-sac. So maybe what we do is we think about the space that we have and we think about the train actually going through here and then connecting to this next community. And that way it doesn't just come in and stop abruptly. It actually flows through. And something that might be interesting would be to, we could set up some routes. We could think of maybe the train tracks being what divides the city side from the industrial side. Might be cool. But we'll see. This has been very fun. I hope you enjoyed this city's stream. The introduction of Heart Lake City. And I'm actually very curious to see where this goes. Now, before we're totally done, the game is performing great. I remember when we first played, we had a lot of performance issues. We had like visual crashes. We had optimization. We had to bump everything down. We basically had to sort of struggle along. And I'm really happy with how the game is acting right now. I know a lot of people were curious about that. It feels great. It feels great. It looks great. We've had no crashes. We've had no weird like graphical focus in or out. I mean, I'd be curious about, your point of view of this as well. But this looks like it's acting great now. Pretty happy about that. So yeah. Let's just stop there. All right. Boop. Hi. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I know I did. Great to get back into this game. The rotation going forward, I think I'm having a lot of fun with Enshrouded. So I think I'm going to play Enshrouded during probably one more week of Enshrouded. So Monday to Thursday, we're going to be playing that. Oh, by the way, tune in Tuesday morning at Stupid O'Clock again. The return of one more over the Loading Ready Run network. So Monday Enshrouded, Tuesday I'm doing Loading Ready Run all day. We're going to play Brotato. Finally going to break out my 2023 Game of the Year on one more. The return of Mine O'Clock or Surge to Mine O'Clock on Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday and Thursday, Enshrouded, and then next weekend, lots more cities. So if you're enjoying that, look forward to it next weekend. If you're new and you enjoyed the vibes, give a follow. I'd appreciate it if you came back. I stream 5 days a week. This is my full-time gig. I stream more than that, but on this channel, 5 days a week. So yeah, literally playing Brotato right now. Ooh, let's go, Frame. That's the schedule. I hope you like it. Oh, man. So we're going to go raid my friend Hazel. Hazel is an absolutely delightful streamer, and she took quite a long break. And let's give her a welcome back. She's playing Powwow right now, so just a heads up. The vibe might be a little bit different, but I like Hazel a lot, and I always worry when friends take a big break from streaming, specifically around mental health stuff like that. So let's try and give her just a bunch of, like a big warm welcome, give her a bunch of good vibes for coming back. That's so great. All right, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the good vibes. Thank you so much for all the support. I couldn't do this without you. Go make a new friend, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.